other people much more than we care about machines. We're somewhat less concerned about the long-term future. Technology always disrupts jobs. We always find new and better things to do. The people of 500 years ago would have thought that our current jobs often look silly, like ways to entertain ourselves, create stress. And the people 500 years from now hopefully will look at us, hopefully look to us, like impossibly rich people playing games, trying to find ways to pass their times. But we should all hope that they feel much more fulfilled than we do today. I'm confident we will keep being driven to be useful to each other, to express our creativity, to gain status, to compete, and much more.
But the specifics of what we do day to day will probably look very different. Each generation has built on the work of the generations before.
And with new tools, the scaffolding gets a little taller. This collective external lattice, the set of tools that we have built up around ourselves, is remarkable. And we are capable of doing things that our great-great-grandparents couldn't have dreamed possible. It is a moral imperative to make sure that our great-great-grandchildren can stay the same. And technology, and especially AI, is how we're going to get there. For a democratic AI future, it is not enough to just give people tools and wealth. We also need to give them agency and power. The vision that AI companies lay out fundamentally reduced to either unilateral control or decentralized power. Sharing control means accepting that some things are going to go wrong in exchange for not having one thing go mega wrong. Cemented totalitarian control.
This is a fundamental trade-off of democracy, and it is one that we believe in very strongly as the way to give everyone collective agency over the future.
Of course, this is not to suggest that we won't need any regulation or safeguards. We obviously do urgently, like we have for other powerful technologies. In particular, we expect the world may need something like the IAEA for international coordination of AI, and especially for it to have the ability to
Now we will be taking our live coverage of AI Impact Impact Summit. We are still on it for now, as Sam Altman, the CEO of ChatGPT, has just spoken, has highlighted many things, including the fact that we must stay humble for the things that we do not know in terms of AI and how companies should stay alert. Now we'll be
India use ChatGPT every week. More than a third of them are students. India is also the fastest growing market now for Codex, our coding agent that works to help people develop software faster and better. India, the world's largest democracy, is well positioned to lead in AI, not just to build it, but to shape it and decide what our future is going to look like. And it's important to move quickly. On our current trajectory, we believe we may be only a couple of years away from early versions of true superintelligence. If we are right, by the end of 2028, more of the world's intellectual capacity could reside inside of data centers than outside of them. This is an extraordinary statement to make, and of course we could be wrong. But I think it really bears serious consideration. A superintelligence, at some point on its development curve, would be capable of doing a better job being the CEO of a major company than any executive, certainly me, or doing better research than our best scientists. As we prepare for this possibility, we are guided by three core beliefs. Number one, we believe that democratization of AI is the only fair and safe path forward. Democratization of AI is the best way to ensure that humanity flourishes. On the other hand, centralization of this technology in one company or country could lead to ruin. A desirable future a couple of decades from now has got to look like a world of liberty, democracy, widespread flourishing, and an increase in human agency. Some people want effective totalitarianism in exchange for a cure for cancer. I don't think we should accept that trade-off, nor do I think we need to. AI should extend individual human will. We'll probably need superintelligence to help us figure out the new governance mechanisms to ensure that this happens fairly at scale, and to avoid problems like extremely unbalanced compute access or something else. Second, we believe that AI resilience is a core safety strategy. We don't mean that this is the only safety strategy. We will continue to need to build safe systems and solve difficult technical alignment challenges. But increasingly, we need to start broadening how we think about safety to include societal resilience. No AI lab, no AI system can deliver a good future on their own. For an obvious example, there'll be extremely capable biomodels available open source that could help people create new pathogens. We need a society-wide approach about how we're going to defend against this. And third, the future of AI is not going to unfold exactly like anyone predicts. And we believe that many people need to have a stake in shaping the outcome. The development of AI has already held many surprises, and I assume there are bigger ones to come. We understand that with technology this powerful, people want answers. But it's important to be humble about what we don't know and always remember that sometimes our best guesses are wrong. Most of the important discoveries happen when technology and society meet, sometimes have some friction, and co-evolve. For example, we don't yet know how to think about some superintelligence being aligned with dictators and totalitarian countries. We don't know how to think about countries using AI to fight new kinds of war with each other. We don't know how to think about when and whether countries are going to have to think about new forms of social contracts. But we think it's important to have more understanding and society-wide debate before we're all surprised. Of special note, and related to all 3 points, we continue to believe that iterative deployment is a key strategic insight, and that society needs to contend with and use each successive new level of AI capability, have time to integrate it, understand it, and decide how to move forward. This has been working surprisingly well so far. If we are right, and systems continue to improve at this pace, it's going to change the economics of a lot of things. A really great thing about AI progress is that it looks like many things are going to get much cheaper and have much faster economic growth. We're already seeing what AI is doing for access to high-quality healthcare, education, and more. In the coming years, we expect to see robots make many products and physical goods cheaper as supply chains get automated. The limit to how far this cost reduction can go may only be government policy. But the other side of this coin is that current jobs are going to get disrupted, as AI can do more and more of the things that drive our economy today. It'll be very hard to outwork a GPU in many ways. It'll be easy in some other ways. For example, we really seem hardwired to care about other people much more than we care about machines. We're somewhat less concerned about the long-term future. Technology always disrupts jobs. We always find new and better things to do. The people of 500 years ago would have thought that our current jobs often look silly, like ways to entertain ourselves, create stress. And the people 500 years from now hopefully will look at us, hopefully look to us, like impossibly rich people playing games, trying to find ways to pass their times. But we should all hope that they feel much more fulfilled than we do today. I'm confident we will keep being driven to be useful to each other, to express our creativity, to gain status, to compete, and much more.
But the specifics of what we do day to day will probably look very different. Each generation has built on the work of the generations before.
And with new tools, the scaffolding gets a little taller. This collective external lattice, the set of tools that we have built up around ourselves, is remarkable. And we are capable of doing things that our great-great-grandparents couldn't have dreamed possible. It is a moral imperative to make sure that our great-great-grandchildren can stay the same. And technology, and especially AI, is how we're going to get there. For a democratic AI future, it is not enough to just give people tools and wealth. We also need to give them agency and power. The vision that AI companies lay out fundamentally reduced to either unilateral control or decentralized power. Sharing control means accepting that some things are going to go wrong in exchange for not having one thing go mega wrong, cemented totalitarian control.
This is a fundamental trade-off of democracy, and it is one that we believe in very strongly as the way to give everyone collective agency over the future.
Of course, this is not to suggest that we won't need any regulation or safeguards. We obviously do urgently, like we have for other powerful technologies. In particular, we expect the world may need something like the IAEA for international coordination of AI, and especially for it to have the ability to rapidly respond to changing circumstances. The next few years will test global society as this technology continues to improve at a rapid pace. We can choose to either empower people or concentrate power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sam Altman, for your very interesting.
Now we welcome Ms. Shruti Das. Now we were just listening to the AI event where Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, was speaking about the future of artificial intelligence. Altman has focused on how rapidly AI is evolving and how it is moving from being a tool for experts to something that everyday people can use in their daily lives. He has spoken about AI becoming more reliable, more capable, and more integrated into our lives, industries, and like healthcare, education, media, and business as well. Now, one key point he has highlighted was responsive development. He has stressed that as AI systems grow more powerful, safety and ethical use must remain a priority. According to him, the goal is not just to build smarter systems, but to build systems that genuinely help people, improving productivity, creativity, and problem solving. He has also touched on how AI can boost economic growth by enabling small teams to achieve what once required large organizations. At the same time, he has acknowledged concerns around job disruption and said the focus should be on adaptation, reskilling, and ensuring that the benefits of AI are widely distributed. Now we'll be listening to KP Fabian in AI Summit. Let's cut across.
More than anything else, of a technology divide. The technology divide created by unequal access to electricity. Electricity became one of humanity's most important general purpose technologies, meaning it spread across economies. It was applied in every industry. It boosted productivity. Where electricity went, economic development and prosperity followed. But as we all know, electricity did not spread everywhere at the same pace. It was literally 144 years ago that the first electrical power plant started operating in Lower Manhattan, and yet we come together today and we still live in a world where 700 million people lack access to electricity. Now comes AI. AI, perhaps more than any other technology this century, will play a bigger role either in closing this economic divide or in exacerbating it and making it even wider. That is perhaps the single most important question for us, I would suggest today, as we think about the role of AI in the global South. How can we do better? Because we need to do better. What will it take? I think it's going to take a few things that will require that we all come together and work together. First, the obvious. We need to bring infrastructure to the global South. That means data centers and compute. It also means more connectivity. It means more electricity. That is going to take not only the world's best technology, it's going to require an enormous amount of investment. That's why we at Microsoft announced yesterday morning that we're on pace to spend $50 billion by the end of this decade to bring AI to the global South. And of all the countries in which we are investing, India, not surprisingly, is one of the largest. But we'll need to harness private capital, investments from tech companies, other sources of private capital, government funding. We'll need governments and others to generate demand for the use of AI in the global South, because that is the only way to get the wheels of the market spinning and to do what we need to do together. That's the first thing we need to do together. There's a second thing we need to do. We've talked about it here already today, and it is so clear when you study the history of technology. Infrastructure is not only hardware, it's not only wires and grids, it's skilling for people. Because the key to enabling a country and a population.
Now we welcome Ms. Shruti Dasgupta. She's an international affairs analyst, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Ms. Dasgupta, for joining us. Good to see you. Now, looking at the AI summit, a lot of leaders have highlighted being humble about things we do not know about what AI is bringing to our society overall. So for democratic AI, Sam Altman has highlighted that we need more than connectivity. We need more control. So who decides where that line is about right and wrong of AI? What's your analysis on this?
So up till now, the big tech has been deciding their particular moral or ethical lines, and sometimes with push of their respective governments or the governments of the nations that they were working in. So there was no one common line, there still isn't, and that is where the GPAI, which India is chairing right now, and this particular summit in Delhi is going to end tomorrow. There is going to be a plenary tomorrow where 29 countries who are part of GPAI included, which includes US, UK, Japan, all these big bulky nations in terms of tech are part of, and that is where we are vowing to do something together. So the AI summit in India is remarkable one because it is showing that the global south is not isolated from technology. We are not just data banks, data markets to be utilized. We are also a skilled market to be utilized, and we are also producers of apps that can and tech that you can that can be part of the new tomorrow. So for that, there have been it sounds very Indian, but that's how it is. We've done 3 sutras and 7 chakras, which are the focus areas. The 3 sutras that is defining is that AI should be available for all. That means it cannot be restricted to just the big tech to manufacture and this thing. And that is something the UN has also resonated with. It should lead to green AI. That means it should protect the planet that we live on. It should not divide based on nationality, race issues. These things should not be part of it, and it should be sustainable for the planet. So any developments that are happening in AI, it should not damage the planet. And the third is progress. That means it is the third sutra is progress. That means this digital new era needs to progress for everybody. It needs to be inclusive to everybody, and the AI-led innovations from the global south is going to be part of the infrastructure as well as the startup community of the world. So these are the 3 sutras that India is focusing on, and the 7 chakras, out of which one of which is the safety and trust. That means that there'll be a generic guidelines on how to address deep fakes, how to remove biases from AI algorithms, how to increase transparency of content. So the rules and regulations that should be commonly applied to all AI content across the world, this is where is going to be one of the focus areas or one of the chakras of the AI summit in Delhi. So when the plenary meet, they will sign out on a joint memorandum of sorts, and they will also agree to these common rules. So basically it is trying to build a middle path between how China, where a state-led AI used to work, where any AI development was feeding into state machinery, data as well as algorithms, and or the completely hands-off process which the US and the West have been proceeding, where the tech giants would dictate what they wanted and the government bowed and said, yes, sir. So this is the middle path where the governance is going to come from the government, and on that particular highway, the private companies can continue and proceed and progress and build AI for the world.
Yes, that would be exciting to watch. Thank you very much, Ms. Shruti Dasgupta, for joining us today and sharing that insight on this. Now let's move the focus to some world reports. Now we start this hour with a breaking news. A British couple, Lindsay and Craig Foreman, have been sentenced to 10 years in prison in Iran for espionage. The couple, who were detained in January 2025 while on a motorcycle journey around the world, have denied the charges. Their son, Joe Bennett, has said that the trial lasted just 3 hours and that his parents were not allowed to defend themselves. The UK's government has condemned the sentence, calling it totally unjustifiable, and the family is deeply concerned for their well-being. The case has drawn international attention, with many questioning the fairness of this trial. Now we move on to Russia and Iran. Russia's top diplomat has warned that any new United States strike on Iran could carry serious consequences, saying escalation would risk undoing recent regional diplomatic gains and further heighten the tension across the Middle East. These comments, made by Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, came after US and Iranian negotiators met this week to try to avert a mounting crisis over Tehran's nuclear program. Moreover, Lavrov has also noted that previous strikes on Iranian nuclear sites had posed risks of a nuclear incident. That's why he has urged all parties to seek a diplomatic solution that respects Iran's right to pursue peaceful nuclear activities. Reports say that US officials in Geneva are now expecting Iran to submit a written proposal on how to resolve outstanding issues on the coming weeks. Moreover, sources say that U.S. national security advisors have been told that all American military forces deployed to the Middle East region should be in position by mid-March. Now we move on and we welcome former Ambassador KP Fabian from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Mr. Fabian, for joining us, Ambassador Fabian, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, looking at Iran and US's tension and also the warnings that has come in from Russia, how alert should we stay about these statements? And also, I think that it's not going to only affect the Middle East region, like Lavrov has said. It's going to be affecting Asia as well. It's going to be affecting India as well. What's your take?
Well, obviously, if President Trump attacks Iran, he will be setting fire to the whole region. That includes Iran and Israel and the GCC. And don't forget that in the GCC, we have 9 million Indians. So its implications are apocalyptic. Now, I'm glad that Foreign Minister Lavrov has spoken up. And also, don't forget that Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and also Egypt, which is not in the Gulf region, have told President Trump not to do it. But we do not know what he will do. He is sending his second aircraft carrier there, which will take another 2 or 3 weeks to reach there. And meanwhile, of course, negotiations are going on. As I see it, there are 1 or 2 scenarios possible. One is that Trump agrees to revoke the sanctions based on Iran's limiting the enrichment and subjecting itself to total inspection by the IAEA, because Trump is tempted by the business opportunities, Second is that Iran concedes more than that. It concedes to, limiting its missile capabilities and not assisting the so-called, I repeat the word, so-called proxies. And Trump, again, revokes the sanctions and sees the business opportunities, because Iran can, look at post-Trump. After 3 years, it can look at its options. So that is also a scenario. But the third is, as I said, Trump makes a wrong decision to attack, and that will set on fire the whole region. Let us hope the third will not happen.
Yes, indeed, we will be hoping that. But both of these sides are very rock hard or solid on their stance, and they have. It's been extremely difficult for them to be negotiating in moving their stances. So, how cornered do you think is Iran right now? We saw a lot of bold statements coming in from Iran, from their leader Ali Khamenei. And do you think this was his bold statements was more for a domestic audience or international audience?
Well, statements are meant for both, and in the case of a country like Iran in serious difficulties, it is certainly meant more for the domestic audience. But the best way out, I'm not suggesting that President Trump will agree to it. The best way out will be to have a regional conference on security of the region, a conference that is attended to also by Israel, and there Iran might agree to limiting its missile capabilities. If it can be reassured of its own security. But that sort of imaginative, creative, original thinking, I do not know whether President Trump has any interest in it.
Right. And how do you think, if today we saw statements coming in from the spokesperson, Caroline Levitt as well, that U.S. Armada is ready, steady, like President Trump said a few days ago as well. So how do you analyze this diplomacy over here? Do you think this pressure overall, is it working for Iran?
Well, President Trump's style or policy is to threaten publicly and go on threatening publicly, so he believes that's the best way to bargain. He is essentially a real estate tycoon. And I do not know whether it will work in the case of Iran. I have serious doubts about it.
And last but not least, some Arab countries have, Ambassador Fabian, some Arab countries have declined to let U.S. use their airspace for these attacks in case of the third scenario you mentioned earlier in our discussion. So where will U.S. use then?
No, the U.S., if it has got 2 aircraft carriers, then it may not need to use its bases in Qatar, UAE, and elsewhere. But then don't forget, Iran has made it very clear, should there be an attack from the United States, it doesn't matter whether it comes from the aircraft carriers or otherwise. All targets U.S. bases in the region and Israel will be in danger.
We will be eyeing that. Thank you very much, Ambassador Fabian, for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, moving on, New Mexico's Department of Justice is investigating an allegation that the late Jeffrey Epstein ordered the bodies of 2 foreign girls to be buried at his Zorro Ranch. The claim, found in newly released U.S. Justice Department documents, states the girls died from strangulation during a sexual assault. A redacted 2019 email reported by a former employee offers videos and details in exchange for Bitcoin. New Mexico authorities are reviewing this case, and pressure on President Trump is mounting as state legislators launch a comprehensive probe into Epstein's abuses. The FBI has yet to comment on the investigation. Now we welcome back Ambassador Fabian. He's a former diplomat, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Ambassador Fabian, for staying with us. Now, looking at this latest allegation, in the Zorro Ranch, what is your take?
Well, as we know, New Mexico is a U.S. state adjacent to Texas, and they are asking the federal authorities for taking a particular action. I think it is most necessary. In fact, if you look at the broad picture, this Epstein file has been taking so much of political and media attention for so long, mainly because the U.S. Department of Justice, the Attorney General has not been releasing the files in toto. There have been redactions in order to, they say to save the victims, but there is reason to believe to save President Trump. And there are still files yet to be released. So they're going about it in a very, what shall I say, immethodical way. And till now they have got away with it, but we can't be sure, as they say, truth and murder will be out one day. So, let us see. And what New Mexico has proposed should be acted upon as promptly as possible.
And last but not least, how do you analyze this whole situation and this fiasco around Jeffrey Epstein case and the releases? How is this impacting the overall image of democracy, political elites of US?
Let me put it this way. Democracy is supposed to be able to correct itself. When something goes wrong within democracy, there should be a mechanism to correct. Now, in the case of the United States, that doesn't seem to be working, because even these files are being released only after congressional pressure. Actually, President Trump, the executive, should have released them without anybody's asking for it. And secondly, they should have been released in a truthful manner, without unnecessary redactions. Redactions are permissible only to save the privacy of the victims. Otherwise, there should be no redactions. And thirdly, why are they taking so long to release them? After all, with AI and all that, it should not be that difficult, to go through them and release them. So I don't think the Department of Justice is acting right, and this shows a basic weakness in the world's oldest democracy, as it is celebrating 250th anniversary.
Thank you for highlighting that and sharing that deep insight with us, Ambassador Fabian. Now that's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sima Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. India's AI Impact Summit 2026 continues at Bharat Mandapam, with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi emphasizing safe, fair AI. Global leaders and tech CEOs are gathering to discuss AI's role in economic growth, public services, and international collaboration. According to reports, the US military is preparing for a possible strike on Iran as soon as this weekend, but President Trump has yet to make a final decision. The White House has been briefed on the military buildup, and President Trump continues to weigh his options with advisors. US President Donald Trump will host a peace board meeting today at the Trump Institute of Peace, where 20 nations will announce $5 billion in funding for Gaza and the deployment of thousands of security personnel. Russian President Vladimir Putin says Moscow has always been on Cuba's side in its struggle for independence in his meeting with Cuban Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez in the Kremlin. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that the result of US-backed peace talks held in Geneva are not sufficient during an evening address on his social media. He says we are counting on the next meeting, adding that it is important that Europeans are present. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg has given his testimony in a landmark tech addiction case against Meta and YouTube. Zuckerberg said that he regretted Meta's slow progress in identifying underage users on Instagram as he faced accusations that his company deliberately hooked children into the platform. All 104 matches of the 2026 World Cup will be sold out, FIFA President Gianni Infantino has said, even though tickets are still available ahead of the tournament's June 11 kickoff. According to local media, 38 lead miners were killed when gas exploded at a pit in central Nigeria's Plateau State, while 27 others were also injured in the blast at the Kampanin Zurak mining site in Plateau State's Bashar district, according to the acting local traditional ruler. Now for this hour, we start with India. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has inaugurated the India AI Impact Summit 2026 at Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi, describing it as the most significant global gathering on artificial intelligence to date. Opening day 4 of the summit, Prime Minister Modi has said that India stands at the center of the world's largest technology talent pool and called it a moment of pride for the global south that such a major AI platform is being hosted in this country. Moreover, French President Emmanuel Macron, who co-hosted last year's AI Action Summit in Paris with India, has said that the two nations had set out guiding principles for responsible and transformative AI. Macron has described artificial intelligence as a force capable of reshaping healthcare, agriculture, and public services, while also warning that it has become a major arena of strategic competition globally. Additionally, Google Chief Executive Sundar Pichai has called AI the biggest platform shift of our lifetimes and pointed to Visakhapatnam as an emerging global AI hub. Now for this, we welcome Mr. Somraj Bhattacharjee. He's an AI and market strategic expert, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Mr. Somraj, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now,
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Now, can you tell us the significance of this AI summit and how do you think this will be pivoting further collaboration in innovation and developments around South Asia and the world, of course?
Yeah, so this summit has basically been conducted in India for the very fact that India's democracy is very young. And adoption of AI technology in institutions, colleges, schools within India is extremely high. As the Honorable Prime Minister has often talked about, in India, people talk about AI right from the beginning nowadays, even when they are born. And that is something that is being promoted across the geography of India. South Asia also stands to gain significantly from this because, again, the demography of South Asia is very young. Everybody has a mobile phone, everybody has access to computing. So access to AI technology is increasing day by day. That is point number one. Point number two, because of the fact that so many Indian startups, so many Indian companies and institutions and organizations, they are investing very heavily in AI use cases for business applications. It is anticipated that a lot of major deals may go through during this event. And as a matter of fact, some of the leading AI minds, business leaders and minds, like from Google, from Microsoft, from Qualcomm, from NVIDIA. They're all visiting and they are talking on a lot of relevant topics. So this event stands to project India as a major incubation, innovation, and research center for AI globally. And South Asia stands to gain significantly from this because India is the pivot for South Asia. So this is what is being predicted by the government, and this is what is being said for the event.
Right. And the Indian minister highlighted two significant commitments. One was to support evidence-based policy making, and another was the strengthening multilingual culture, real-world cases for diverse and inclusive and relevant South Asia. And also Prime Minister Modi gave an example of India being an example for all this. So what's India's strong point and weak point in being so diverse, inclusive, and relevant in South Asia?
So we have lots of languages and local lexical terminologies that we use. We have dialects, we have regional languages, and it changes every 100 kilometers. So companies like Google, companies like NVIDIA, who are internationally huge players in AI technology, they are investing very heavily in language-based solutions. So what is that? These are basically text and audio-based AI solutions that provide regional dialects and answers in regional dialects. This will help significantly the rural communities who otherwise may be left behind in the AI race. That's a very important point because of which so many companies are coming to India. Secondly, India also has started a lot of innovation and startup hubs which do local research at a very, very rudimentary level. Otherwise, this research would have gone abroad and would have been extremely expensive for companies and Indian companies to afford. This not only promotes a local ecosystem, this also encourages employability in AI. And as we all know, AI is, as a matter of fact, having a huge impact on employment opportunities. Some people are saying that AI will take away jobs. But as a matter of fact, for a demography as young as India and South Asia, AI could actually open avenues for new types of jobs. So what I mean by that is traditional white collar jobs like marketing, sales, finance, audit, control, operations, they may be replaced by jobs which are more AI centric. So what I mean by that is that in place of a traditional accountant's job, a person may have to actually work on AI tools and monitor accounting. So the nature of the job is changing, but accordingly, when the demography also adapts to technology faster, and a demography like that of South Asia, employment opportunity also increases. So as I told you, number one is scale, regional solutions, and number two is employability. These 2 points are extremely important when keeping in mind the AI event in India and the growth journey being predicted from this.
Yes, and Mr. Somraj, before I ask my next question, would you mind making your voice clearer over here? It seems like your voice seems very far away from here. Thank you. And as of now, just a handful of venture capital firms control the internet ecosystem. How do you think governments will need to deliberately plan so that now with AI, same power structure is not repeated, like the same elite controlling a new system in different name?
Governments will have to invest very heavily in PPPs, public-private partnerships. Right now, a handful of VCs control the ecosystem because they have the money to invest in open startups, free startups that are investing very heavily in their technology. If government can come up with a shared PPP model that can be used in this ecosystem, you will see a lot of government-driven incentives, a lot of grants being provided to these startups who would have otherwise gone to these VCs. And as we all understand, VCs work for profits, but government needs to work for inclusivity for all. So a lot of shared organizational platforms need to be incubated. As a matter of fact, a lot of these innovation hubs need to be encouraged. A lot of institutional level innovation hubs need to be encouraged. So what I mean by that is, recently we came to know that in China, if you want to do a PhD, if you have an innovative concept, if you have a technology that you can patent, your PhD may be granted without a thesis. The government should actually encourage such modes of education where if a young student who is maybe studying engineering, maybe studying data science and doing a PhD, if he or she wants to invest his time and effort in developing a novel technology, the government should intervene through these innovations. So as a matter of fact, we already have many such things as Atal Incubation, startup hubs. So allow these youngsters to get their companies registered at a fast pace, allow their grants to go through, provide them monetary help through these innovation hubs. And number 4, if they can come up with patents, allow them to file a patent at the fastest pace possible. So these steps are very necessary for the government to take. If the government can take these steps, we will see a lot of new startup companies in AI. So what sort of solutions? Solutions for healthcare, solutions for fintech, solutions for pharma, solutions for edtech, solutions for the manufacturing, solutions for transport, solutions for e-commerce, solutions for FMCG. So you will see a lot of new companies. Ideas are there. India doesn't lack in ideas. What India lacks, because you asked me to also point out the weak point, what India lacks is the right impetus in terms of capital, money. Right now, we control the ecosystem, but the government, and as a matter of fact, government is taking certain steps for this. So certain steps further should be taken to encourage monetization of ideas, because otherwise, a great idea will only stay on paper. It will never come out into the field and get actual capital behind it. That's something that the government should really stress upon, and I believe the government is doing this. And that's why this event has been conducted, because a lot of young startups are sitting shoulder to shoulder with some of the major enterprises who are global AI giants. So maybe we will have some new deals coming out of this entire activity, and in the coming days, maybe in the coming months, you very well may hear a lot of new startups going live with their products, because they had till now they just had the idea with them, they didn't have the money. Some of these major companies may actually invest in these ideas. So let's wait and watch for now, but I am hopeful that some really innovative solutions will get monetized and they may make it to the market finally.
With that, I'd like to thank Mr. Somraj Bhattacharjee for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout. Thank you very much. Now we move on to our next news. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says the outcome of US-backed peace talks held in Geneva is not sufficient to end the war with Russia. In the nightly video address, Zelensky has said Ukraine is counting on the next round of talks and stressed that European participation is essential. Let's listen in.
Сьогодні детально ми говорили кілька разів з нашою командою на перемовинах в Женеві. Був другий день зустрічі і тристоронні формати, також інші формати. Україна зацікавлена в результаті. Станом на сьогодні не можемо сказати, що результат впливі політичні питання про можливі компроміси та необхідну зустріч лідерів ще не опрацьовані достатньо. Розраховуємо на наступну зустріч і було би правильно ще в лютому. Важливо, щоб були присутні європейці, Франція, Британія, Німеччина, Італія, Швейцарія, як приймаюча сторона. Саме ми в Україні завжди просуваємо позицію, що Європа повинна бути учасницею процесу.
Meanwhile, the White House has said the United States has made meaningful progress in diplomatic efforts this week. U.S. spokesperson Caroline Leavitt has confirmed that additional discussions aimed at ending the war are expected in the near future. The comments highlights both cautious optimism in Washington and continuing frustration in Kyiv over the peace progress. Now we welcome Mr. Retired Colonel Sanjit Sirohi. He's an international relations and defense expert, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Colonel Sirohi, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, looking at this, how essential is Europe's participation, as we saw Zelensky call for it? But do you think it will danger elongating or complicating the talks further?
Good morning, Asuma. First of all, I thank you very much for inviting me on your news channel and discussing a topic which has been discussed for the last 4 years. We have been talking about Ukraine and Russia. Now, every time whenever they talk place, we think that something positive is going to come out. But unfortunately, nothing positive comes out from these talks, whether these talks are held in Geneva, whether these talks are held somewhere else. But every time there is some problem, and every time we are very optimistic but the things are that the things are not moving the way they should move, and the way the Russians and the Ukrainians are fighting, and there are so many casualties on both sides. So I think it is high time that this talk should progress slightly fast so that the peace deal can be achieved and this war could be stopped. Asuma.
And, what's your take now? Is Zelensky incapable of holding his ground between US and Russia? Why does he keep trying to bring in Europe to the table?
Because he understands that although openly he does not say that, but he knows that the Donald Trump is very, very sympathetic towards Putin, and whatever demands have been put across by President Putin to President Donald Trump, he is considering most of these demands, and the basic demand is of the territory, which Zelensky is not ready to give in. So that is the thing. So Zelensky does not trust Americans that much that he trusts the Europeans, because Europeans have always been standing with Ukraine. Donald Trump, especially when Donald Trump has become the president, since then there has been a lot of ifs and buts in giving the support, whether it is in terms of diplomatic support or in the military support. But whereas the Europeans are concerned, they are always ready to stand with Zelensky, and they have always supported Zelensky, and they are still supporting Zelensky, and they don't agree to most of the points which have been given by Russians to the Americans, and Americans are also ready to accept those points. Europeans are not ready to accept those points, especially of the territory. So I think Zelensky is more towards Europe than towards the Americans. Asuma.
And lastly, how do you analyze this situation? Do you think Zelensky needs a change of strategy here in terms of defense, but also in terms of peace talks? Since you have highlighted the way Putin and U.S. President Trump's relationship is.
Look, Zelensky is in very, very tight spot. Now the tight spot is that if he does not agree to the demands of the Russians, then this war will not stop. But if he agrees to the demands, then he loses 20% of the territory. So how is he going to face his own public? Because after 4 years of so much of destruction and devastation and so many casualties, if you are ready to give up the territory, then the first question which will be asked by the public, Ukrainian public, and even the Europeans will be that why did you fight for 4 years when you had to give this territory? So that is the big problem, and that's why Zelensky is in a tight spot. That's why for everything he runs toward the Europeans, because Europeans are the ones who are against giving this territory. As far as the Donald Trump is concerned, he is not worried about that the Ukrainians will lose 20% of their territory. That is the big problem. That's why Zelensky on one hand wants peace, but he wants peace in such a manner that he doesn't have to lose the territory which they have already lost out to the Russians, and Russians are already occupying 90 to 95% of the Donbass region. Asuma.
Thank you very much, Colonel Sanjay Sirohi, for sharing that. Please stay with us as we come back to you. Now, looking at Europe once again, Denmark's King Frederik has arrived in Nuuk, February on 18th for his second visit to Greenland within a year, underscoring unity with the Danish territory amid U.S. President Donald Trump's renewed push to acquire the Arctic island. Speaking during the visit, the king has said that it was a great pleasure to return to Greenland and meet its people, adding that the well-being of Greenlanders had always been close to his heart. He was welcomed by Greenlandic Prime Minister Hans Fredrik Nielsen, who said the monarch's repeated visits during the ongoing diplomatic tensions had highlighted unity between the population and the Danish crown, describing Fredrik as a unifying figure for the Greenlandic people. This visit comes after Greenland, Denmark, and the United States launched diplomatic talks late last month aimed at easing tensions following President Trump's repeated comments, which sparked strains within the NATO alliance. Denmark's government has said discussions with U.S. officials were constructive, but warned that Washington's interest in acquiring Greenland had not changed. During his stay in Nuuk, The king has met residents, visited the Katuak Culture Center and Denmark's Joint Arctic Command, and greeted participants in Arctic Basic Training Program. Let's in fact listen into what the Danish king and the Greenlandic MP have shared.
Jeg vil sige, det er en stor glæde for mig at være tilbage i Grønland. Det er altid en stor glæde for mig at være i Grønland. Møde det grønlandske folk, opleve naturen. Det grønlandske folks ve og vel, det ligger mig meget på sinde. Det har det altid gjort. Det vil det altid.
Altså nu har han inden for kort tid faktisk været her et par gange, kan man sige. Ikke? Han var her også på andre tidspunkter af den her, det vi kalder krisen her. Jeg synes lige nu, så er det jeg lægger vægt på, og det jeg bliver mærkeligt, det er, hvor stor en samhørighed der er mellem vores befolkning og hans majestæt konge, og det er jeg glad for, at vi har bevist igen. Han er en samlende figur for det grønlandske folk, så det at vi kan glæde dem, vi kan glæde hinanden ved at bruge et par dage sammen, det synes jeg bare er dejligt.
Now we welcome back retired Colonel Sergei Lavrov for this discussion. Thank you very much, Colonel Lavrov, for staying with us. Now, looking at this situation, how important is a Greenland or Danish king to, ensure that Greenlanders feel that they're being cared for, they're included? How is this going to be affecting the maybe nationalism over there?
Suma, we have to understand that this Greenland thing, which has been going on since Mr. Donald Trump assumed the presidency of America. So Mr. Donald Trump is after taking over the Greenland, and the basic reason is, although he's talking about the security, it is not only security, but it is basically the critical minerals which are there in Greenland. So that is the basic reason. As far as the security is concerned, they already have a military base in Greenland, so I don't think that is the main reason. Now, the king visiting the Greenland within 1 year, that shows that it is more of an optics, showing that there is solidarity with the people of Greenland, so that, because Greenland people are also talking of autonomy. They also want independence, but they want independence and they don't want to get into America, this thing. So I think it is basically as a optics, and they want to show solidarity with the Greenland people, so that the Greenland people, they think that they have not been abandoned by the Denmark. So that is why I think this visit has taken a significant importance, and so that it also shows to the Americans and especially to Mr. Donald Trump that the Greenland is neither for sale nor for occupation by any other country except that it is part of Denmark. Asuma.
With that, I'd like to thank Mr. Colonel Sergei Lavrov for joining us today and sharing that insight. Thank you very much. Now we move on to Germany. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz has warned the United States against imposing higher tariffs, stating that Europe would respond with tariffs of its own. Now, speaking to supporters of his conservative CDU party, Merz has emphasized that if the US overdid it, Europe would be able to defend itself. His remarks come amid rising tensions with the US over tariffs. Earlier this year, President Trump threatened to increasing tariffs on European countries, including Germany, in a row over Greenland. Merz has also discussed his upcoming visit to China, highlighting the need for closer cooperation between Europe and China. He has stressed the inseparability of foreign economic and defense policy. Let's listen in.
Und wenn die Amerikaner glauben, dass sie mit hohen Zöllen entgegen der
Hello and welcome. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. India's AI Impact Summit 2026 continues at Bharat Mandapam, with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi emphasizing safe, fair AI. Global leaders and tech CEOs are gathering to discuss AI's role in economic growth, public services, and international collaboration. According to reports, the U.S. military is preparing for a possible strike on Iran as soon as this weekend, but President Trump has yet to make a final decision. The White House has been briefed on the military buildup, and Trump continues to weigh his options with advisors. U.S. President Donald Trump will host a peace board meeting today at the Trump Institute of Peace, where 20 nations will announce $5 billion in funding for Gaza and the deployment of thousands of security personnel. According to a senior State Department official speaking at the Hudson Institute, the U.S. alleged that China conducted a secret nuclear weapons test in 2020, described as a singular explosion, while U.S. and China have not issued any statements regarding this. According to Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi speaking at a press conference after her re-election, she seeks to implement a 2-year suspension of Japan's 8% consumption tax on food and beverages as soon as possible, following her party's decisive general election victory. Russian President Vladimir Putin says Moscow has always been on Cuba's side in its struggle for independence in his meeting with Cuban Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez in the Kremlin. According to Brazil's Foreign Trade Committee, Brazil has imposed anti-dumping duties on a wide range of Chinese steel products and hypodermic needles after 2 investigations found the imports were being sold at low prices. This is approved and signed by the Vice President Geraldo Alckmin and will stay in place for 5 years. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg has given his testimony in a landmark tech addiction case against Meta and YouTube. Zuckerberg said that he regretted Meta's slow progress in identifying underage users on Instagram as he faced accusations that his company deliberately hooked children to the platform. Now for this hour, let's start with the AI Summit. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has called for artificial intelligence to be democratized and made accessible to all. Speaking at the AI Impact Summit, Modi said AI must not reduce humans to mere data points or raw material for technology. He has stressed that AI should become a tool for inclusion and empowerment, especially for the Global South. Modi highlighted recent AI model launches by Indian companies, saying technology that succeeds in India can scale globally. India now ranks 3rd in global AI competitiveness, according to Stanford University researchers, though experts say it still lags behind the United States and China. Modi said AI will only be truly beneficial when its core systems are open and shared for the global common good. Now for this, we welcome my colleague and correspondent Thomas Porteous. He's joining us live from Bharat Mandapam. Thank you very much, Thomas, for joining us again. What more can you tell us about AI Summit from Bharat Mandapam?
Thank you very much, Asuma. Well, Day 4 certainly has a different tone, where it's more close to the general public today. Serious diplomatic developments are going on. It's less of a tech summit and more of a G20 style meeting, as it appears. But of course, the big tech leaders are there. We've just heard the likes of Sam Altman speak alongside these leaders, showing the gravitas of the situation when it comes to AI. These big tech leaders really being seen as leaders and of this revolution. Some significant statements and evidence from his speech. He claimed that by 2028 AI could surpass human intellectual capacity, and he also hailed India vastly during his speech, of course quoting and citing a time where he had come a year ago and said that the country has made an amazing progress on the AI front, even over the past 12 months. So that was a significant statement from Altman there. As you've said, Asuma, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has addressed these global leaders and framed this as a human-centric summit, saying that AI needs to be harnessed by all and focused in good ways. Leaders and senior delegates from multiple countries have attended high plenary meetings. We've had huge leaders from the tech world, including the likes of the Google CEO, Sundar Pichai, Sam Altman, as we've mentioned, Dario Amodei. A side note there, Sam Altman and him refused to hold hands during a big photo opportunity at the end where the Prime Minister of India raised his hands up, linking arms with everyone else. The two did not link hands, visibly looking slightly uncomfortable since their Super Bowl advert controversy just a few months ago. But of course, this is a hugely important moment, Asuma. High-profile conversations focusing on safety, frontier AI models, reasonable development, competitiveness versus cooperation, mainly citing those countries like China, like the United States, which are the leaders. India is looking to come in and bring more inclusivity to the artificial intelligence space. As I've said, this building that you can see behind me, the Bharat Mandapam, yesterday was open to the public. There was multiple sessions. Now it is invite only. The general public cannot get in there and view some of these significant speeches. It is very, very much a closed meeting where important deals are going on, bilateral meetings and multilateral meetings among countries, staying on this subject of AI. Core themes today, India, of course, pitching itself as a scalable AI testbed, a low-cost innovation hub, and a global AI South leader. We are, of course, expecting this kind of...
Yes. We are now, like Mr. Alexander Wang, the Meta AI chief, is speaking live at the AI Impact Summit. Let's cut across.
Thank you so much for having me. Namaste. It's fair to say my upbringing wasn't typical. My parents were physicists in a town called Los Alamos in New Mexico. Los Alamos is a government lab town where, for decades, scientists have come to push the boundaries of what's possible in mathematics and supercomputing, in human genome studies, vaccine research, space explorations, and material science. My mother studies how plasma behaves inside stars. At the dinner table, we'd talk about physics problems, scientific trade-offs, the reasoning behind how systems work. One kid in my town made huge balls of plasma in their garage for a science fair project. You know, normal high school stuff. Growing up in a place like Los Alamos leaves two things deeply ingrained in you. A belief that anything is possible, and that science should serve society. Those ideas are what led me to study AI while I was at college at MIT. They led me to start my own company, Scale AI, and last year they led me to Meta, where I am now the Chief AI Officer. If you believe that anything is possible, Meta is one of the few companies with the resources, talent, and ambition to push the science of AI forward at scale. If you want to make technology that serves society, Meta has an incredible opportunity to get this technology into people's lives. 3.5 billion people use at least one of our apps every day. That blows my mind. It's more than 500 million people in India alone. People are already using our AI to do amazing things. Across India, creators use our AI to automatically translate reels into the language of the person watching. Small businesses talk to customers through WhatsApp business agents that they create in 10 minutes on their phones, and they use our Gen AI tools to create ads and reach customers way more efficiently than they ever could before. And India has world-class developers building genius things to solve societal challenges. For example, there are more than 20 million people with disabilities in India who are locked out of education, jobs, and digital services because the digital world wasn't designed for them. So iSTEM built voice-first, AI-powered infrastructure that helps people with disabilities to learn, discover careers, and complete digital tasks independently, like converting textbooks into usable formats or giving personalized career guidance that takes into account their disability. In healthcare, researchers at Ashoka University used our SAM3 model, which is trained on billions of natural images, to speed up the identification and segmentation of cancer tumors and at-risk organs. Their model, OncoSeg, can help radiologists and radiology oncology teams do in seconds what it takes hours to do manually. The beauty of general-purpose models is the same technology that can segment tumors in the brain can segment leaves to help farmers assess the health of their crops, as AgriPoint has done. We recently open-sourced our omnilingual models, which recognize speech across more than 1,600 languages and can rapidly adapt to new languages with just a few audio samples. It's not a fantasy that in a few years we'll have real-time, voice-to-voice translation for every spoken language on Earth. Now build that into your glasses, real-time translation in any language just for you. That's transformative, perhaps most especially in countries like India, where so many languages are spoken. In fact, language is an area where we're collaborating with the Indian government on through its AI Coach platform. We're providing datasets in 10 major Indian languages so people can build AI models that deeply understand Indian languages and contexts. I'm sure you're used to people from big tech world making lots of grand but vague assertions about what AI will be able to do. But we don't have to be vague. People use our AI right here, right now. They're getting value from it, and they're building amazing things with it. And that gives us confidence about what we're building towards. We're releasing new models this year, with the first coming in the next couple of months. These will be deeply integrated with our products in a way we're really excited about. We're optimistic about the trajectory we're on. The first models will be good, and as the year goes on, I think we're going to be pushing the frontier. Our vision is personal superintelligence. AI that knows you, your goals, your interests, and helps you with whatever you're focused on doing. It serves you, whoever you are, wherever you are. We all lead busy lives. I'm sure you'd want to do more if only you had the time and headspace. That's how I think about personal superintelligence. Say you want to be healthier. Your personal AI can help you see through a personal health plan covering diet, exercise, and sleep, and your daily routine. Or you have a project you'd like to get done, like putting on an event. It can track your progress, reach out to venues, arrange invites, remind you of things you haven't considered, and more. If you love to go fishing, or paint, or want to travel more, it can help free you up so you can do more of these things, and it can give you advice when you need it, or help you show up as a better friend or in your community. It won't just do your admin, it'll be an extension of you so you can be you more. I get that some people will worry what companies like Meta really want is to get you hooked and leave you passively staring at screens. But the whole point of personal superintelligence is the opposite. It's about helping you be more active in your life, in pursuing your goals, and deepening your relationships. I know people are going to be skeptical when I say we're going to do this work responsibly. But you don't have to take us at our word, take us at our incentives. This is a
Now, we were just listening to Mr. Alexander Wong, the Meta AI chief, speaking at the AI event, sharing his insights on the future of artificial intelligence and its growing global impact. However, we'll continue to keep a close watch on this event. Now let's move to other news from across the world. Starting from South Korea, a South Korean court has sentenced former President Yoon Suk-yeol to life in prison for leading an insurrection during his failed attempt to impose martial law in December of 2024. The 65-year-old had abruptly declared military rule in a televised address aiming to suppress opposition in the National Assembly. His order lasted just 6 hours but paralyzed the government and contributed to his party's defeat in the next election. Yoon was then impeached, arrested, and convicted on multiple charges, including obstruction of justice, and is already serving time for other convictions related to the martial law attempt. He still faces 2 additional trials over the same crisis. Supporters have gathered outside the Seoul courthouse to protest, promoting heightened police security to prevent the unrest. This verdict follows previous sentences for members of Yoon's cabinet. Former Prime Minister Han Duck-soo was handed 23 years in prison for abetting the insurrection, while former Interior Minister Lee Sang-min has received 7 years. Former Defense Minister Kim Yong-kyun was sentenced to 30 years for his role in this crisis. Prosecutors had earlier sought the death penalty for Yoon, but South Korea maintains an unofficial moratorium on capital punishment. Now for this, we welcome Dr. Sanjay Kumar. He's a journalist at the Korea Herald, joins us live from Seoul. Thank you very much, Dr. Kumar, for joining us on this important issue. Please tell us more on this.
Suma, the court's verdict is very clear. They have considered him guilty, found guilty, and the message is very clear that no sword or nobody, no person is above the law, and nobody would be tolerated if he or she is trying to disturb the order of the constitution. So there are three aspects of this entire verdict. One is legal, and legally the foundation has been once again re-established. This is what the court has decided to do. Socially, it is sending a very clear message to the people in Korea that if the foundations of the democracy is strong enough, then no force can destroy the democratic aspirations of the people. So if the roots of tree is strong, the tree will not be carried away or will not fall. So this is a social aspect. And the political aspect is also there, that no matter how the society is polarized, power is like a sword. If it is used in a good way, I mean orderly, for the cause, for the right cause, it is going to serve the nation. But if it is misused, it may harm the nation also. But in that case, the political will of the people and the political parties, including the opposition and those who are even non-political, they are not going to tolerate. So again, democratic principles are also getting established in this social aspect. And another one is the international media and the international civil society, including the Korean civil society. What they had been expecting was a treatment, I mean some sort of verdict which would send a very clear message to upcoming governments also in the future Korea, not to undermine the constitution, not to undermine the institutions, and send a very clear message that resurrection cannot be tolerated. So these are the messages which are getting circulated in among the Korean people, the civil society, NGOs, people in the political arena after the verdict.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumar, for sharing that timely insight on this news. Thank you very much. Now we move on to our next news. We have a breaking news coming in from Russia. A Russian Tu-214PU Doomsday aircraft has landed in Tehran, marking a significant development in the Russia-Iran partnership. The aircraft, designed as a mobile command center, features encrypted communications and electromagnetic shielding, allowing it to function during crises, including nuclear scenarios. This signals deepening strategic ties between Moscow and Tehran, with discussions on military cooperation, intelligence sharing, and contingency planning likely underway. Now we have another breaking news coming in. The United States is carrying out its largest air buildup in the Middle East region since 2003, positioning for possible strikes on Iran. U.S. President Donald Trump has not made a final decision yet, but officials reportedly say that the deployment gives Washington the option of a weeks-long air campaign rather than a single strike. The U.S. air build-up includes F-35 and F-22 fighter jets, additional aircraft command planes, missile defenses, and 2 aircraft carriers. Options under consideration range from targeting Iran's nuclear and missile sites to potentially striking regime leadership. While Iranian officials hope ongoing negotiations will delay any military action, U.S. authorities fear that the president could lose patience if progress remains slow, raising tensions across the region. Now we move on to Israel. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has ordered the Home Front Command to prepare for a potential war with Iran, putting various rescue and security agencies on maximum alert. Israel's security cabinet meeting, originally scheduled for Thursday, has been postponed to Sunday, with officials citing the need to review developments in Iran. Security assessments in Israel reportedly suggest that Iran could launch retaliatory missiles even if the Israeli military does not directly take part in a U.S.-led operation. Moreover, former Israeli military officials have claimed that the time frame for potential conflict appears to be shortening, with some sources estimating action could occur within days. Now we welcome Ambassador Mahesh Sachdev. He's a former High Commissioner to Nigeria, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Ambassador Sachdev, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, as tensions escalate, how hopeful can we be for diplomacy as Russia has moved there or helped with deploying some aircraft, doomsday aircraft to Iran, and now U.S. is also deploying more and more armada to the region?
I think it's a race between diplomacy and military action, and the options are narrowing down to the side of military action. We are back where we were in June last year, when similar stratagem took place. Talks were actually going on between Iran and United States, mediated by Oman, and the Israelis decided to strike in June, and a 12-day war was later on joined by United States, which bombed 3 Iraqi nuclear installations with B-2 bombers. Now we are back to the same situation, and I think the history may repeat itself, but there are a less number of illusions because the belligerents have seen it all before, and this time United States government is talking in terms of regime change and a total military defeat. Now that is something that appears to be somewhat ambitious, thinking that Iran has its own retaliatory measures, which may include regional war and closing of Strait of Hormuz and Bab al-Mandeb, where Houthis prevail. This may make any hostilities between Iran and United States and Israel to be a global affair, with oil prices, navigation through Gulf and Red Sea becoming mired in uncertainties. And therefore, one would like to presume that the belligerents would think very hard and try and avoid this escalatory situation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, we will be eyeing that. Thank you very much, Ambassador Sachdev, for sharing that. Please stay with us as we come back to you. Now, moving the focus on to Africa, the United Nations independent fact-finding mission on Sudan has concluded that the siege and capture of El Fasher by the Rapid Support Forces last October shows the hallmarks of genocide. The report describes 3 days of absolute horror, with crimes that were not random but part of a coordinated operation targeting non-Arab communities. RSF actions, including mass killings and violence, are set to meet the defining characteristics of genocide. The mission's chairman, Mohammad Chande Othman, has called for the perpetrators to be brought to justice. Now we welcome back former Ambassador Mahis Sachdev. Thank you very much, former Ambassador Mahis Sachdev, for joining us again and staying with us. Now, looking at Sudan and the UN's fact-finding mission that has concluded, what should happen now? Is there any way to bring these RSF forces to justice?
A good question, but a difficult one. The contextual details are somewhat vague, but one should add here that Al-Fasher's fall as the last bastion of Sudanese armed forces in Darfur region was preceded by 1 year of siege of that city, which served as the capital of North Darfur. It was a bitterly fought siege, and eventually when RSF succeeded in overwhelming the defenders and SAF forces withdrew, there were reports that the massacres took place, and the details were sketchy, mainly dependent on refugees and few satellite observation, sort of photographs and details. Now the United States investigative team has put some flesh on bones and has given some details, but names of the perpetrators, the units, etc. of RSF have not been named. RSF on its part has admitted to some excesses and has pretended to jail the leader of the concerned unit, one person, in jail for the time being at least, but nothing of sizable investigation and punishment has been carried out. Darfur has sizable community of non-Arab descent. These are black Africans who are not Muslims. And there have been 25-year-long battle by Khartoum against such separatists group or simple ethnic cleansing. This was earlier carried out by what was called Arab militia, named as Janjaweed. Later on, then President Bashir collectivized these Janjaweed militias into Rapid Support Force, which has become the current RSF. So RSF has some history dating back quarter of a century of these kind of excesses against black Africans. The International Criminal Court has sentenced some former Janjaweed militiamen for crimes against humanity, and they are serving prison sentences. But at large, since the conflict began nearly 3 years ago, the world situation has prevented better accountability. The UN report would perhaps pave the ground for ICC to initiate another judicial trial. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for sharing that insight with us. Now, if we move the focus on to US, 8 backcountry skiers have been confirmed dead, and a 9th is presumed dead after a massive avalanche hit their group in California's Sierra Nevada mountains on Tuesday. The group, returning from a 3-day excursion near Truckee, was overtaken by a football field-sized avalanche, despite warnings of high avalanche risk. 6 survivors were rescued using emergency beacons and seeking shelter in treacherous conditions, including heavy snow and gale force winds. This marks the deadliest U.S. avalanche in 45 years. Authorities had predicted the danger, with the Sierra Avalanche Center issuing warnings. However, the group proceeded with their trek. Meanwhile, the search operation continues, and experts urge caution in avalanche-prone areas. The risk remains high, with more storms expected to exacerbate conditions. Let's listen in.
8 of the 9 additional skiers have been located deceased. We are still looking for one of the members at this time. Due to the ongoing challenges of the weather, the avalanche conditions, the effort remains ongoing, as well as our search for the remaining skier. But the weather is a factor. It's not a resource issue as we speak. It is a weather condition and safety condition for our response teams.
Now we move on to UK. Britain is taking a stronger stand against non-consensual intimate images online. Under new proposals, major tech platforms will have just 48 hours to remove such images once reported. Failure to comply could lead to fines of up to 10% of global revenue or even service blocks. The move aims to better protect women and girls, as private images can now be easily shared or AI-made explicit content can be created. Prime Minister Keir Starmer said the online world is the front line in the fight against violence towards women and girls. Ministers are also exploring limits on social media access for under 16s, similar to Australia's ban. This change will amend existing laws, making it clear that platforms have a legal duty to act quickly. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Trending Tech on NewsX World, where we bring you the latest tech breakthroughs and trends from around the world. Europe is heavily reliant on imports for core digital technologies, with around 80% coming from outside its borders. This includes crucial components like semiconductors and cloud infrastructure. As geopolitical tensions grow, especially with the war in Ukraine and the US-China tech rivalry, the EU is focusing on technological sovereignty, but the question remains, are European leaders aiming for true independence or just reducing their exposure to geopolitical risks? The EU has launched several initiatives to address these gaps, such as investing billions in semiconductor production and sovereign cloud infrastructure. However, the real challenge lies in whether Europe can realistically build competitive alternatives to US tech giants, or if managed, interdependence.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Trending Tech on NewsX World, where we bring you the latest tech breakthroughs and trends from around the world. India is rapidly emerging as it also hosts AI Impact Summit. India is now a global AI superpower. While the Quantum Hub is at the forefront of shaping innovative AI policies, the focus is on creating a governance framework that drives technological growth while safeguarding citizens' rights. This approach ensures India remains a leader in the AI revolution, promoting both innovation and trustworthiness in AI systems. The Indian AI market is expected to grow exponentially, opening significant opportunities for startups and enterprises, particularly in sectors like healthcare, education, and governance. These areas are poised for transformation, with AI offering solutions that can enhance access efficiently and overall impact on millions of lives. To discuss all this and more, joining us now is Mr. Aparajita Bharti. She's a founding partner of the Quantum Hub, a Delhi-based public policy firm working with global tech companies and Indian startups on technology policy. She's also the co-founder of Young Leaders for Active Citizenship, which encourages youth engagement in democratic processes. Sorry for calling you Mr. over there. Thank you. My apologies, and thank you very much for joining us, Ms. Aparajita Bharti.
Thank you, Suma. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for joining us. Now, moving on to my first question, you co-founded the Quantum Hub to shape public policy at the cutting edge of technology. In simple terms, what does quantum thinking mean for AI policy in India today, and why is New Delhi the perfect place to be doing this work?
Thanks, Asuma, and I think you're asking this question in the right week because, you know, the who's who of the AI universe is here this week, and, you know, we have so many heads of governments, everybody actively thinking both about innovation and trying to get a sense of where the technology is heading, as well as thinking about how to govern it so that, you know, ultimately it leads to the good of humanity. And I think at TQH, because we work with not just with industry, but civil society, you know, with institutions which are looking at improving democracy, institutions that are looking at equitable growth, we are thinking about AI in a very holistic way, where we not only think about the economic growth that it can power, but the real changes that it can make to people's lives. So, for example, you know, this week we've had several discussions, some about, you know, how it's impacting women and how women from the global south are represented in, you know, AI development and AI workforce. We've been looking at how people with disabilities are getting impacted by AI. There have been so many discussions around, you know, how AI is changing agricultural practices. Can it lead to better information for people at the most marginal, you know, ends of society? So I guess the idea is to look at AI as an enabler of humanity and not as something that replaces what is very human and what is very real progress for all of us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bharti, for highlighting that. And yes, indeed, it is an exciting read and a perfect moment for us to talk about this. Now, India is racing to become a global AI superpower. What should a made in India AI governance frame look like? One that promotes innovation while protecting citizens' rights and ensuring trustworthy AI.
Right. So, Asuma, I think India, there are two approaches to regulation that we've seen so far.
Right.
One is the Europe sort of way of thinking about AI, where they kind of legislated their AI Act very quickly, very early on in the innovation cycle, and took in a risk-based approach to regulating AI. And on the other hand, we have, US, which has very few regulatory safeguards around AI at this point. I think India is kind of, has always professed for middle path in its policy making. And I think here also it has a role to play in thinking about what that middle path looks like, where our large population benefits from the good things that can accrue from AI, which is, for example, better delivery of services, access to information, increase in productivity, etc. But at the same time, lay out certain principles which need to be kept in mind as we think about AI innovation and the next phase of AI development. And I think that's where we are focused on, our government is focused on. It is very pro innovation, but it also is thinking about how to define guardrails so that our population does not suffer the harmful effects of AI, which could be in the form of discrimination, biases, too much dependence on AI, deep fakes. We saw some regulation come in last week, in fact, around that. So that's what the goal is, and the idea is not to become very prescriptive. Oh, you should develop this tech, you shouldn't develop that tech, or you need this technical solution to solve this problem. But really talking about what do we want to achieve, what is a go and a no-go area for the industry, and then let the industry figure out how do you innovate in those guardrails. So I think we are looking at a middle path solution, and I think that's something that maybe the whole world will probably also converge to, especially the global south, because for us taking advantage of AI is something that is not an option. We have to do it given the scale of governance that we have.
Thank you for highlighting that, indeed. And now, staying on the Indian market, Indian AI market is projected to grow exponentially from your vantage point. At the Quantum Hub, what are the biggest opportunities for Indian startups and enterprises in the next 3 to 5 years, and what policy bottlenecks could hold India back from capturing global value?
Got it. So I think India already has a thriving ITES market, and I know that we've heard a lot about the fact that a lot of ITES jobs are actually threatened by new developments in AI. But I think in parallel, what we are also seeing is that enterprises around the world are going to change the way they do business, and they will all have their, at least in the middle term, what we see is short to middle term, all the enterprises around the world will move their workflows, etc., to being more AI driven. And I think they would require help and B2B solutions to be able to do that, which I think Indian industry is very well poised to service, because we've already had so much experience in helping global enterprises in digitization of their work and sort of building the tech layer of their businesses. So I think that's definitely a big opportunity for us, which is going to be there in short to medium term. The other thing is that India is a multilingual country, and India, not just for itself but for all the non-English speaking countries, can potentially develop model. We've already seen in this AI summit that Sarvam has made a lot of Sarvam AI, which is an Indian built model, has made a lot of progress with that. So that is another opportunity that we can bank on if we really perfect the art of creating language models for non-English languages which are less spoken or which are concentrated in different parts of the world. Then that is something that we can export to the rest of the world. I think the third, thing that we can potentially really bank on is our digital public infrastructure, DPI solutions, that anyway a lot of countries are interested in adopting. But with AI, there's even higher interest, because what other countries are realizing is that unless they have their own data layer, they will not be able to build AI solutions for themselves. So therefore, I think the DPI industry will probably gain out of it, provided we can figure out the link between DPI layer and AI layer from that. And second, a lot of even when it comes to regulation of AI, for example, there's a lot of conversation about, say, maybe having some age appropriate AI tools, etc. So age based tokens is something that DPI can potentially enable in the future, and therefore that could also be an opportunity for Indian DPI ecosystem.
We will be
And I think what may hold India back, I think we have a lot of talent in India for sure, and a lot of Indians want to build in India now, as compared to earlier, where the ambition was always to go to the US or some other market and develop products there. But I think obviously we do need access to compute. We also need access to data, and data for non-English languages, for example. That's not just a problem in India but everywhere else. There is lack of digitized data, so there's a lot of work that needs to be done on that front as well.
Yes, and as you highlight, lots of talent in India, and of course part of that talent are women. You've been vocal about gender not being a side issue in AI regulation. As a women leader in this male-dominated policy and tech space, what unique challenges do women face in Indian AI, and what concrete steps would you recommend to policymakers and industry to bring more women into leadership roles?
Right. So I think the reason why I've been saying that gender is not a side issue for AI is because, some of the regulation that we are already seeing in AI is actually coming from a gendered perspective. So last week, for example, in India, we made changes to the IT rules, and that was in fact triggered a lot because of non-consensual intimate imagery that was being generated and shared on the internet. And that was all AI generated. So I think that caught the policymakers' attention, and there was a need felt to quickly react to it. So that's why I've been saying that gender is a core issue. In future, I also see, for example, if AI is biased against women and it makes mistakes when it comes to hiring decisions or those kind of things, so we may see discrimination related suits in courts, etc. So therefore gender is a big part of it. But on the supply side, I think, in India, when you look at STEM education, actually, overall, almost 50%, I think the figure is about 47% as per the latest data, that 47% students in India who are doing STEM are actually women. But when we look at core technical roles, that figure drops down to about, say, 26% core technical engineering roles. But I actually think, and this is something that I learned from the AI Summit. I've been sitting in some of the panels and listening to many people who are thinking about this problem, that STEM skills themselves are changing so much. Now for coding, you don't need hard coding skills as you required maybe even 6 months ago. So the way these tools are really kind of replacing those hardcore STEM skills, and you need very strong linguistic skills now to be able to prompt these tools properly, and have obviously got some STEM skills when it comes to deploying these solutions, etc. You never know, maybe women will have more advantage than what they used to have earlier in STEM. So maybe AI is an opportunity that will level the playing field between men and women, and I'm hopeful about that.
Yes, and as we have talked about this, that we both see lots of potential in India in balancing tech innovation with safeguards. So we have seen global debates around deepfakes, bias in algorithms, and AI's impact on jobs and democracy. How can India lead the global south in building safe and trustworthy AI ecosystems, especially for sectors like education, healthcare, and governance that touch millions of lives every day?
That's a lot of questions in one question, but I'll try to answer. I think, when it comes to governance and thinking about safeguards, I think, we have to define very early on what the goals of AI innovation is. And I think we can all agree that, AI innovation is good till the time it serves good of humanity, right? And I think that keeping that as the baseline, then we have to think about humanity at the margin. So for example, we have to think about the most vulnerable among us and see what impact is any technology having on them. So for example, you mentioned healthcare, agriculture, etc. So if you start integrating AI in service delivery, you have to see how that impacts people at the margins and not just people who are quite comfortable with the technology and will be able to adapt to it. And I think in global south, everywhere, not just in India, there will be different levels of literacy, there will be different levels of device ownership, so and there are varying levels of inequality in our societies, and therefore I think global south needs to think a little bit differently in terms of where AI gets deployed, and even as it gets deployed, what are some of the things that should not be left to AI, or if AI malfunctions in those contexts, do we have enough grievance redressal mechanisms, do we have enough channels and humans in the loop to be able to come and fix that process if we are deploying AI in any of the use cases that you mentioned, whether healthcare, agriculture, there was something else that you had mentioned as well. So I think that education, sorry. Yeah, so I think that is something that India is primed to test because of the scale that we have and because of the young population that we have. So the young population is not waiting for anybody to tell them that please go and try AI. They are already trying AI, whether we like it or not. So therefore, we will see a lot of issues that you also face when technology is deployed at scale. And as you face those issues, then India will have to act and move swiftly to create safeguards also, so that those harms don't become large scale as the technology scales further. Therefore, India's leadership in Global South is important, and I think we will have a lot of learnings to share from our own experience that may be useful to other countries as well.
100% we will behind that. Thank you very much, Miss Bharti. And thank you. And last but not least, if you could give one piece of advice to young policymakers, women technologists, and even the government as India drafts its next set of AI rules, what would that be, and what role do you see the quantum hub playing in that future?
Right. I think AI is at a very interesting time. Technology is racing ahead. And like how, I mean, even people who are developing, I have spoken to so many scientists and, people who are really like in the thick of development of AI in the last 3-4 days. And they are themselves surprised by how much models are able to improve themselves. And therefore, I think it is very important for all of us to have and create space for an open dialogue at this point, and not sort of create guardrails around our own dialogue, because I think all views are important at this time, and the more we share with each other, the more we will learn from each other. And especially young people, I think, have a key role to play, because they are the ones who are experimenting the most with AI. They are the ones who are using it to build new apps and doing many more things when it comes to learning and living their lives, and therefore they also need to be a part of the conversation. And we shouldn't say that this is a no-go area. I think every concern at this point is valid. It's the very beginning of a new way of coexisting with a new form of intelligence, I would say, as humanity. And I think it is important to have an open dialogue. And if you look at the frontier declaration, New Delhi Frontier Declaration that has happened today, it in fact, one of the things that it talks about is transparency from the companies on data in terms of how their tools are getting used. And I think that transparency is been stressed upon, because policymakers need to know what is happening, and that information right now is mostly concentrated with the industry right now. So I think that dialogue is necessary, and I think everybody should be involved. And it's, this AI Impact Summit, in fact, I think we've seen participation from all kinds of people, and on all kinds of topics, and I think we need to have a lot more of this in the next few years as well.
That would be great. Thank you very much, Ms. Aparajita Bharti, for that timely insight and joining us on this episode.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, that's a wrap on this episode of The Trending Tech. For more tech updates and innovations, stay tuned on NewsX World.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reforms, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
in the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
Hello and welcome. I'm Suma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. India's AI Impact Summit 2026 continues at Bharat Mandapam with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi emphasizing for safe, fair AI. Now, global leaders and tech CEOs are gathering to discuss AI's role in economic growth, public services, and international collaboration. According to reports, the US military is preparing for a possible strike on Iran as soon as this weekend, but President Trump has yet to make a final decision. The White House has been briefed on the military buildup, and President Trump continues to weigh his options with advisors. US President Donald Trump will host a peace board meeting today at the Trump Institute of Peace, where 20 nations will announce $5 billion in funding for Gaza and the deployment of thousands of security personnel. According to a senior State Department official speaking at the Hudson Institute, the U.S. alleged that China conducted a secret nuclear weapons test in 2020, described as a singular explosion, while U.S. and China have not issued any statement regarding this for now. According to Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi speaking at a press conference after her re-election, she seeks to implement a 2-year suspension of Japan's 8% consumption tax on food and beverages as soon as possible, following her party's decisive general election victory. Russian President Vladimir Putin says Moscow has always been on Cuba's side in its struggle for independence in his meeting with Cuban Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez in the Kremlin. According to Brazil's Foreign Trade Committee, Brazil has imposed anti-dumping duties on a wide range of Chinese steel products and hypodermic needles. After 2 investigations found the imports were being sold at low prices, this is approved and signed by the Vice President, Geraldo Alckmin, and will stay in place for the next 5 years. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg has given his testimony in a landmark tech addiction case against Meta and YouTube. Zuckerberg said that he regretted Meta's slow progress in identifying underage users on Instagram as he faced accusations that his company deliberately hooked children to the platform. Now we start this hour with Israel. The United Nations is raising serious concerns that Israel's military actions and forcible transfers of Palestinians may amount to ethnic cleansing in Gaza and the occupied West Bank. In a new report, the UN Human Rights Office has said that the cumulative impact of intensified attacks, the destruction of entire neighborhoods, and the continued blockade has created living conditions increasingly incompatible with Palestinians' continued existence as a group in Gaza. The report said forcible transfers and the denial of humanitarian aid appear aimed at permanent demographic change in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. It cited unlawful forced arbitrary detentions and home demolitions as part of systematic discrimination. UN Rights Chief Volker Turk has warned that impunity for violations is costing lives and undermining any change of a just and lasting peace. Now we welcome Ms. Shruti Dasgupta. She's an international affairs analyst, joins us live from New Delhi. Now this is UN report. What are we to make of this? And also, how can peace happen or two-state solution happen if things progress this way?
Well, right now things are at a flashpoint, not between Palestinians and Israelis, but the rest of the world and Israelis. What the parliament passed a couple of days ago, I believe it was Sunday when the Knesset passed it, that they are now allowed to continue registrations in the West Bank, which had stopped in, I think, 1967. And now those registrations are leading to fears of people being dispossessed of their property. And the West Bank, Sector C, if I'm not wrong, it is, that sector itself is the only one that is right now going ahead with the registrations. But that particular law was passed in response to the Palestinian Authority doing their own registrations in Palestinian Authority controlled regions of West Bank. So this is a back and forth that is happening. And with every Israeli action, because of what happened at Gaza, it is being hyper amplified, and the fears are very hyper, as I said, in response. There are about 3 million Arabs living in, or Palestinians as you want to call them, living in the Sector C, and about 500,000 Israelis. But with the registration process, Israelis all over the world, Jews all over the world can buy property and register it to themselves. And that leads to fears of the fact that maybe a local Arab would be dispossessed or be asked to vacate because somebody else bought the rights from the Israeli authorities, and that particular Arab was not able to prove his ownership. So these are fears that are happening, that are being extrapolated to genocidal calls or lack of peaceful efforts in that region. Even America has stated that any actions in West Bank would result to making sure that the peace process of Gaza is destabilized. So I think there are now about 100 odd plus nations that have come forth and told Israel to back off from their efforts in West Bank, because it creates an atmosphere of fear, not that they are actually doing something illegal. How would you protect the rights of non-Muslims in the Palestinian Authority region when you, but you are asking Israelis whether without any action actually being there in West Bank, whether their registration process would dispossess people. Let there be proof of that action before such calls be made. But because of what happened in Gaza, fears are running high, tempers are running high, and people tend to extrapolate the actions into leading towards genocide calls, or calls for discrimination or biases are already high. They tend to forget that Arab Muslims are 10% of Israel's population, and they're very happy being part of that. They're also part of their military, although voluntarily, unlike the IDF for the Jews. So there is a disproportion to the response. The UN itself has, it depends on a lot of other agencies and authorities to generate responses and reports. As of now, there have been nothing on ground concrete, but what I do know is that they do feel the fear. They feel that just because there is military might and US guidance, behind Israel, things might turn out badly for people in West Bank. And there has also been calls from the Israeli parliament also for greater Israel, for annexation of West Bank. So all of these together stitch a narrative of there being a probability of injustice happening to the people there just in the name of the registration process. So hence the extreme reactions from the world to stop something before it even begins. Right now there is nothing happening much except registration process is being allowed. But hopefully, because the world leaders have come together and put forth their concerns, Israel would think twice before turning registration into a process of disproportionate dispossession of people.
And you know, the Board of Peace, which is supposed to hold talks today in U.S. With President Trump in presence, how effective would their peace initiative or the aid that they are planning, the 5 billion, I think 5 billion or million, I forgot the exact number, but that would be for Gaza?
Well, all of it is for Gaza. That is what they've paid for, because there is a pay-to-play kind of scenario in Board of Peace. It's Trump's Board of Peace. They want to rival UN. That was also one of the stated goals. Whether it actually gets to Gaza, the money is under control directly by Trump himself. And he decides how and what gets preference. So there is, and you can't question him. You can't question him on that board and those expenses. So the Palestinians or Gazans per se have the least amount of say in how the money that has been collected in their name gets spent. Israel gets a stake, definitely. There are other people who have paid to play there, so they get their stake there. But right now, I think the focus is less on the reconstruction part. The focus mainly lies in how to demilitarize Hamas, which has been a very big problem. The second is how to ensure, the second plan is to how to ensure that the Israeli army, IDF, goes into the yellow zones, withdraws from major city areas that it is occupying as of now. And the third part of it would be how to put in the peace force that they have been, international peace force that they've been trying to develop under the peace board, how to employ them, that entire infrastructure. These are the three key points they are focusing on. The reconstruction will happen only, I think, after Hamas steps back. I don't think any nation would be happy for the millions and billions collected in the names of Gaza to be spent in Gaza when Hamas is still armed and is still able to misuse the allocated resources or infrastructure developed for the benefit of Gazans. Aid, of course, has started to flow in. Aid is something that is already part, but that I don't think is coming under the purview of the Board of Peace. It is coming through UN aid only and aid sent by other nations for Gazans. But that tends to mitigate some of the crisis that was there in Gaza. But I don't think they are looking at infrastructure as of now. So they're only looking on how to manage the security aspects of Gaza. Hopefully they'll find a solution to that soon, though I don't think demilitarizing Hamas would be as easy as they think. It is like defanging a multi-headed hydra, and that's not going to be easy for anybody, no matter what hat they don, whether it's the UN or whether it's the Board of Peace.
With that, I'd like to thank Ms. Shruti Dasgupta for sharing that insight with us. Thank you very much. Now we have a breaking news from India. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has met with His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, on the sidelines of the India AI Summit 2026. Details about their discussion have not come out yet, but this is not the first time that the two leaders have met. Prime Minister Modi previously hosted Sheikh Khalid in September 2024, during which they held talks to enhance cooperation between India and the UAE. Last year's meeting took place at Hyderabad House in New Delhi, where both leaders reviewed bilateral relations within the framework of the UAE-India Strategic Partnership. Now we move on. Iran has reiterated that no country can strip it of its right to nuclear enrichment. with its atomic energy chief Mohammad Islami emphasizing that the nation's nuclear program is in line with International Atomic Energy Agency rules. The comments come after the second round of Oman-mediated talks in Geneva, which was aimed at addressing tensions with the United States. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump has again hinted at possible military action against Iran following stalled negotiations. Washington has demanded Iran to halt enrichment and has also pressed concerns over its ballistic missiles and support for militant groups. Now, Tehran denies any military nuclear ambitions but insists on its right to pursue civilian nuclear technology. Now we welcome Mr. Yossi Cooper-Wasser. He's an Israeli intelligence and security expert, joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper-Wasser, for joining us again. Now looking at Iran, thank you. Now looking at Iran and Israel and also US, as Iran is being steadfast about their nuclear enrichment or ambitions, what can we expect from this diplomacy that's still ongoing?
Well, we have very limited expectations from this diplomacy because we understand that the Iranians insist on not showing real flexibility. They're not ready to give up anything. And the United States understand the threat that nuclear Iran poses and the instability it sows all over the Middle East and beyond. And that's why I don't see that there's a way to overcome these differences and reach an agreement between the parties. There is an effort going on, but we all have limited expectations out of it. And when you listen to the Iranians speaking about their right to enrich uranium, first of all, they don't have this right. And secondly, nobody has it. And secondly, it's clear that they were using their being signatories of the NPT, of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, in order to cheat and make moves towards having a nuclear weapon for many years, right from the beginning, as a matter of fact, and for so many years. So by breaching the NPT so many times, they lost the rights attributed to the signatories of the NPT.
Right. And how is this this news covered in Israel, and also what are people in Israel expecting from these negotiations and the situation that U.S. Armada is building up, and also Russia has sent their aircraft to doomsday aircraft to Iran?
Look, what we wish to see is Iran giving up the ambitions of producing nuclear weapons, giving up enrichment, giving up the ability to produce long-range ballistic missiles, and giving up on the building up of their proxies network around the Middle East. That's what we wish to see happening, and we also would like very much to see that this would enable the people of Iran to get rid of this repressive regime that they are suffering under. But we don't believe that this is going to happen by diplomatic means, and that's why we are expecting an escalation that may include military action against the Iranians. And we know that this may lead to an Iranian retaliation that would include also launching missiles in our direction. And we brace for that eventuality. We know the feeling is that this is going to be imminent, and because the Americans have already accumulated a huge amount of military power in the Middle East. So we are waiting for this to flare up.
And if this does flare up, then what will be the consequences?
Look, if Iran is going to really launch missiles in our direction, we are going to participate in the American operation and carry out massive attacks against the Iranian regime to make him pay for this idea of launching missiles in our direction. We are not going to initiate anything by our own forces. That's not in the cards right now. We are waiting to see what the Americans decide to do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yossi Cooper-Wasser, for sharing that insight with us from Tel Aviv. Now we move on to Pakistan. At least 16 people, including women and children, have been killed in a building collapse caused by an explosion in Karachi, Pakistan. The incident has occurred today morning in the Soldier Bazaar neighborhood around 4 a.m. local time during the pre-dawn Ramadan meal suhoor. 13 others were injured. Officials suspect a gas explosion, but the exact cause of this is still under investigation. Karachi, a city of over 20 million, faces ongoing issues with poor construction and aging infrastructure. Now we move on to Bangladesh. Bangladesh's new Prime Minister Tariq Rahman has vowed to stabilize prices during Ramadan, restore the rule of law, and advance economic reforms following his party's landslide victory in the national elections. Rahman, who took office on Tuesday, faces significant challenges, including restoring political stability, reviving key industries like the garment sector, and rebuilding investor confidence. In a televised address, Rahman has urged traders to avoid profiteering during the holy month as inflation continues to strain household budgets. The government plans to dismantle market syndicates and strengthen consumer protections. Rahman has also outlined plans to overhaul the national railway network and improve coordination between transportation ministries. Bangladesh's new Prime Minister Tariq Rahman has vowed to stabilize prices during the month of Ramadan, restore the rule of law, and advance economic reforms following his party's landslide victory in the national elections. Rahman, who took office on Tuesday this week, faces significant challenges, including restoring political stability, reviving key industries like the garment sector, and rebuilding investor confidence. Now, for this, we welcome retired Major General Dr. Rajan Kochhar. He's a senior strategic and international affairs expert, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Major General Dr. Kochhar, for joining us. Good to see you. Thank you. Now, looking at this, Bangladesh's new Prime Minister has vowed to stabilize prices during 1 month of Ramadan. How effective will this be for his party and also Bangladesh's stability?
Suma, I have not understood your question. What is the...
yes, let me read.
What is this thing about the prices?
Yes, he has vowed to stabilize prices and also restore rule of law and advanced economic reforms. So this, his goals, how will this change Bangladesh right now? Yes.
Okay, so now see, he has come out with a 31-point agenda. At the time of his elections, he had announced his agenda. And that agenda was related to the growth of Bangladesh, to the forward trajectory of Bangladesh, and that included stability in prices. It included improvement in the law and order situation, improvement in the internal dynamics of Bangladesh. So I think this is a task which he has set himself out, and it's will be a great challenge. It won't be so easy for him to bring the economy back on rail, because garment industry has been badly affected. There is a power crisis in many areas of Bangladesh. Agriculture issues are also there, and inflation is there. Inflation is almost crossed 9%. So I think this would be a great challenge for him, and for that he has already indicated that he wants to deal with India as far as economic policies are concerned, because a large number of interface of Bangladesh is with India. As a matter of fact, Bangladesh is the largest South Asian country who imports from India. So we are looking at a situation right now where Bangladesh, in case Tariq Rahman wants to stabilize his country, wants to bring down the prices, wants to improve the economy, create jobs, he would have to get into talks with India. And as a matter of fact, Prime Minister Modi has already invited him to visit India. So I think he should you start his first foreign visit with a visit to India, because that would be a good gesture on his part.
Yes.
And to a large extent, that will also soften up the considered animosity which is there between the two countries as of now.
Right. And thank you for highlighting that. And you know, now Tariq Rahman's mother, if I recall correctly, she was in charge many years ago. So when during her time, how was the relationship with India like?
You see, Khaleda Zia, she was basically not a pro-India person. If you recollect her last tenure, 2001 to 2006, she was primarily tilted towards China and to some extent Pakistan. So that has been the stated policy of BNP also over a period of time. And I think we should not expect a very great change from this policy as far as BNP is concerned, and as far as Tariq Rahman is concerned. During Khaleda Zia's last tenure as the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, there were major problems with India, problems related to the water sharing discords, problems related to the harboring of terrorists and establishment of terrorist camps in Bangladesh. During this period, it is on record that India had a maximum number of infiltration of terrorists from Bangladesh. So I think Tariq Rahman has to bring in a departure from the earlier stand of his mother, because if he wants to follow a similar path, I think he will lose India as a friend. And India also wants him to make a clear statement on his counter-terrorism policies, on his policies with regard to establishment of safe houses and terrorist camps on the soil of Bangladesh. So I think this kind of trust building, because right now I see there is a lack of trust between the leadership of Bangladesh and India. So a new beginning has to be made now. And Tariq Rahman, I think, in all sensibilities, and I am quite optimistic, will like to deviate from the earlier policies of BNP.
Yes, we will be eyeing that. And last but not least, how do you think, how will he balance, you know, India, Pakistan, China relationship with Bangladesh? As many of our guests say that the previous Sheikh Hasina's, during Sheikh Hasina's time, Sheikh Hasina's party did very well balancing these relationships.
See, every country needs to balance relationships. India is also doing with Russia, China, and the USA. And we need to have a good relations with everybody, and more so with India as far as Bangladesh is concerned, because India is a neighbor. You see other countries, Pakistan is not a neighbor, China is not a neighbor. So India is the neighbor. So I think in all fairness to the Indians also, Bangladesh has a border of 4,096 kilometers. 5 northeast states are bordering Bangladesh. So there are huge security concerns here, which India is also concerned about. So I think Bangladesh, in case Tariq Rahman has set out on an agenda of reforms and he wants to bring in economic development into Bangladesh, he'll have to balance it out. He'll have to take help from China. Pakistan, I don't think, can give him much help except for giving him some kind of military hardware. I'm given to understand that a deal has been struck for 48 GF-17 fighter planes. So to that extent, Pakistan could be of help to Bangladesh. But otherwise, economically, I think Bangladesh will have to rely on 2 major players. One is China and the other is India.
Yes, we thank you very much. With that, I would like to thank Dr. Major General Rajan Kochar for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout. Thank you. Now we move on to our next news. So breaking news coming in from Nigeria. Authorities have said that at least 37 miners have passed away in Plateau State after inhaling carbon monoxide in an abandoned lead mine. The incident has occurred in Kampani Wase area when villagers entered the pit to extract the minerals. An additional 25 miners were hospitalized. Local Minister Dele Alake has said that the site was prone to toxic gas emissions and ordered the closure of the licensed mining area operated by Solid Unit Nigeria Limited. Preliminary findings show victims aged 20 to 35 died underground, while security forces have cordoned off the site to prevent further access. Nigeria's federal government has ordered all mining activities in the area to shut down pending investigation. Now we move on to our next news. Pernod Ricard CEO Alexandre Ricard has stated that the company has nothing new on the horizon in terms of an initial public offering of its Indian unit, and that this is one of the long list of options the company reviews annually. This comes as it was earlier reported that Pernod Ricard was evaluating a potential listing of its Indian business. The report said the company has begun discussions with prospective advisors to assess the feasibility and benefits of a separate public listing for Pernod Ricard India. Pernod Ricard CEO Alexander Ricard has stated that the company has nothing new in the horizon in terms of an initial public offering of its Indian unit, and that this is one of the long list of options the company reviews annually. This comes as it was earlier reported that Pernod Ricard was evaluating a potential listing of its Indian business. However, the report said the company has begun discussions with prospective advisors to assess the feasibility and benefits of a separate public listing for a Pernod Ricard India. Pernod Ricard CEO Alexander Ricard has stated that the company has nothing new in the horizon in terms of an initial public offering of its Indian unit, and that this is one of the long list of options the company reviews annually. This comes as it was earlier reported that Pernod Ricard was evaluating a potential listing of its Indian business. The report said the company has begun discussions with prospective advisors to assess the feasibility and benefits of a separate public listing for Pernod Ricard India. Pernod Ricard CEO Alexander Ricard has stated that the company has nothing new. Now we are taking a breaking news coming in from UK. Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Details of the investigation have not been disclosed and no charges have been formally filed yet. Authorities are currently reviewing evidence, with further updates expected as the case progresses. This arrest comes amid ongoing scrutiny of the former royal's public and private dealings. Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Details of the investigation have not been disclosed and no charges have been formally filed yet. Authorities are currently reviewing evidence, with further updates expected as the case progresses. This arrest comes amid ongoing scrutiny of the former royal's public and private dealings. And that's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
in the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Suma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. India's AI Impact Summit 2026 continues at Bharat Mandapam, with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi emphasizing safe, fair AI. Global leaders and tech CEOs are gathering to discuss AI's role in economic growth, public services, and international collaboration. According to reports, the U.S. military is preparing for a possible strike on Iran as soon as this weekend, but President Trump has yet to make a final decision. The White House has been briefed on the military buildup, and President Trump continues to weigh his options with advisors. U.S. President Donald Trump will host a peace board meeting today at the Trump Institute of Peace, where 20 nations will announce $5 billion in funding for Gaza and the deployment of thousands of security personnel. Russian President Vladimir Putin says Moscow has always been on Cuba's side in its struggle for independence in his meeting with Cuban Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez in the Kremlin. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that the result of US-backed peace talks held in Geneva are not sufficient during an evening address on his social media. He says we are counting on the next meeting, adding that it is important that Europeans are present. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg has given his testimony in a landmark tech addiction case against Meta and YouTube. Zuckerberg said that he regretted Meta's slow progress in identifying underage users on Instagram as he faced accusations that his company deliberately hooked children into the platform. All 104 matches of the 2026 World Cup will be sold out, FIFA President Gianni Infantino has said, even though tickets are still available ahead of the tournament's June 11 kickoff. According to local media, 38 lead miners were killed when gas exploded at a pit in central Nigeria's Plateau State, while 27 others were also injured in the blast at the Kampanin Zurak mining site in Plateau State's Bashar district, according to the acting local traditional ruler. Now for this hour, we start with India. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has inaugurated the India AI Impact Summit 2026 at Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi, describing it as the most significant global gathering on artificial intelligence to date. Opening day 4 of the summit, Prime Minister Modi has said that India stands at the center of the world's largest technology talent pool and called it a moment of pride for the global south that such a major AI platform is being hosted in this country. Moreover, French President Emmanuel Macron, who co-hosted last year's AI Action Summit in Paris with India, has said that the two nations had set out guiding principles for responsible and transformative AI. Macron has described artificial intelligence as a force capable of reshaping healthcare, agriculture, and public services, while also warning that it has become a major arena of strategic competition globally. Additionally, Google Chief Executive Sundar Pichai has called AI the biggest platform shift of our lifetimes and pointed to Visakhapatnam as an emerging global AI hub. Now for this, we welcome Mr. Somraj Bhattacharjee. He's an AI and market strategic expert, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Mr. Somraj, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, can you
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Now, can you tell us the significance of this AI summit, and how do you think this will be pivoting further collaboration in innovation and developments around South Asia and the world, of course?
Yeah, so this summit has basically been conducted in India for the very fact that India's democracy is very young, and adoption of AI technology in institutions, colleges, schools within India is extremely high. As the Honorable Prime Minister has often talked about, in India, people talk about AI right from the beginning nowadays, even when they are born. And that is something that is being promoted across the geography of India. South Asia also stands to gain significantly from this because, again, the demography of South Asia is very young. Everybody has a mobile phone, everybody has access to computing. So access to AI technology is increasing day by day. That is point number one. Point number two, because of the fact that so many Indian startups, so many Indian companies and institutions and organizations, they are investing very heavily in AI use cases for business applications. It is anticipated that a lot of major deals may go through during this event. And as a matter of fact, some of the leading AI minds, business leaders in minds, like from Google, from Microsoft, from Qualcomm, from NVIDIA, they're all visiting and they are talking on a lot of relevant topics. So this event stands to project India as a major incubation, innovation, and research center for AI globally. And South Asia stands to gain significantly from this because India is the pivot for South Asia. So this is what is being predicted by the government, and this is what is being said for the event.
And you know, the Indian minister highlighted two significant commitments. One was to support evidence-based policy making, and another was the strengthening multilingual culture, real-world cases for diverse and inclusive and relevant South Asia. And also Prime Minister Modi gave an example of India being an example for all this. So what's India's strong point and weak point in being so diverse, inclusive, and relevant in South Asia?
So we have lots of languages and local lexical terminologies that we use. We have dialects, we have regional languages, and it changes every 100 kilometers. So companies like Google, companies like NVIDIA, who are internationally huge players in AI technology, they are investing very heavily in language-based solutions. So what is that? These are basically text and audio-based AI solutions that provide regional dialects and answers in regional dialects. This will help significantly the rural communities who otherwise may be left behind in the AI race. That's a very important point because of which so many companies are coming to India. Secondly, India also has started a lot of innovation and startup hubs which do local research at a very, very rudimentary level. Otherwise, this research would have gone abroad and would have been extremely expensive for companies and Indian companies to afford. This not only promotes a local ecosystem, this also encourages employability in AI. And as we all know, AI is, as a matter of fact, having a huge impact on employment opportunities. Some people are saying that AI will take away jobs, but as a matter of fact, for a demography as young as India and South Asia, AI could actually open avenues for new types of jobs. So what I mean by that is traditional white-collar jobs like marketing, sales, finance, audit, control, operations. They may be replaced by jobs which are more AI-centric. So what I mean by that is that in place of a traditional accountant's job, a person may have to actually work on AI tools and monitor accounting. So the nature of the job is changing, but accordingly, when the demography also adapts to technology faster, and a demography like that of South Asia, employment opportunity also increases. So as I told you, number one is scale, regional solutions, and number two is employability. These 2 points are extremely important when keeping in mind the AI event in India and the growth journey being predicted from this.
Yes, and Mr. Somraj, before I ask my next question, would you mind making your voice clearer over here? It seems like your voice seems very far away from here. Thank you. And as of now, just a handful of venture capital firms control the internet ecosystem. How do you think governments will need to deliberately plan so that now with AI, same power structure is not repeated, like the same elite controlling a new system in different name?
Governments will have to invest very heavily in PPPs, public-private partnerships. Right now, a handful of VCs control the ecosystem because they have the money to invest in open startups, free startups, that are investing very heavily in their technology. If government can come up with a shared PPP model that can be used in this ecosystem, you will see a lot of government-driven incentives, a lot of grants being provided to these startups who would have otherwise gone to these VCs. And as we all understand, VCs work for profit, but government needs to work for inclusivity for all. So a lot of shared organizational platforms need to be incubated. As a matter of fact, a lot of these innovation hubs need to be encouraged. A lot of institutional level innovation hubs need to be encouraged. So what I mean by that is, recently we came to know that in China, if you want to do a PhD, if you have an innovative concept, if you have a technology that you can patent, your PhD may be granted without a thesis. The government should actually encourage such modes of education where if a young student who is maybe studying engineering, maybe studying data science and doing a PhD, if he or she wants to invest his time and effort in developing a novel technology, the government should intervene through these innovations. So as a matter of fact, we already have many such things as Utter Incubation, startup hubs, to allow these youngsters to get their companies registered at a fast pace, allow their grants to go through, provide them monetary help through these innovation hubs. And number 4, if they can come up with patents, allow them to file a patent at the fastest pace possible. So these steps are very necessary for the government to take. If the government can take these steps, we will see a lot of new startup companies in AI. So what sort of solutions? Solutions for healthcare, solutions for fintech, solutions for pharma, solutions for edtech, solutions for the manufacturing, solutions for transport, solutions for e-commerce, solutions for FMCG. So you will see a lot of new companies. Ideas are there. India doesn't lack in ideas. What India lacks, because you asked me to also point out the weak point, what India lacks is the right impetus in terms of capital, money. Right now, VCs control the ecosystem, but the government, and as a matter of fact, government is taking certain steps for this. So certain steps further should be taken to encourage monetization of ideas, because otherwise, a great idea will only stay on paper. It will never come out into the field and get actual capital behind it. That's something that the government should really stress upon, and I believe the government is doing this. And that's why this event has been conducted, because a lot of young startups are sitting shoulder to shoulder with some of the major enterprises who are global AI giants. So maybe we will have some new deals coming out of this entire activity, and in the coming days, maybe in the coming months, you very well may hear a lot of new startups going live with their products, because till now they just had the idea with them, they didn't have the money. Some of these major companies may actually invest in these ideas. So let's wait and watch for now, but I am hopeful that some really innovative solutions will get monetized and they may make it to the market finally.
With that, I'd like to thank Mr. Somraj Bhattacharjee for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout. Thank you very much. Now we move on to our next news. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says the outcome of US-backed peace talks held in Geneva is not sufficient to end the war with Russia. In the nightly video address, Zelensky has said Ukraine is counting on the next round of talks and stressed that European participation is essential. Let's listen in.
Сьогодні детально ми говорили кілька разів з нашою командою на перемовинах в Женеві. Був другий день зустрічі. І тристоронні формати, також інші формати. Україна зацікавлена в результаті. Станом на сьогодні не можемо сказати, що результат впливі політичні питання про можливі компроміси та необхідну зустріч лідерів ще не опрацьовані достатньо. Розраховуємо на наступну зустріч і було би правильно ще в лютому. Важливо, щоб були присутні європейці, Франція, Британія, Німеччина, Італія, Швейцарія, як приймаюча сторона. Саме ми в Україні завжди просуваємо позицію, що Європа повинна бути учасницею процесу.
Meanwhile, the White House has said the United States has made meaningful progress in diplomatic efforts this week. U.S. spokesperson Caroline Leavitt has confirmed that additional discussions aimed at ending the war are expected in the near future. The comments highlight both cautious optimism in Washington and continuing frustration in Kyiv over the peace progress. Now we welcome Mr. Retired Colonel Sanjit Sirohi. He's an international relations and defense expert, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Colonel Sirohi, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, looking at this, how essential is Europe's participation, as we saw Zelensky call for it? But do you think it will danger elongating or complicating the talks further?
Good morning, Asuma. First of all, I thank you very much for inviting me on your news channel and discussing a topic which has been discussed for the last 4 years. We have been talking about Ukraine and Russia. Now, every time whenever they talk place, we think that something positive is going to come out. But unfortunately, nothing positive comes out from these talks, whether these talks are held in Geneva, whether these talks are held somewhere else. But every time there is some problem, and every time we are very optimistic. But the things are that the things are not moving the way they should move, and the way the Russians and the Ukrainians are fighting, and there are so many casualties on both sides. So I think it is high time that this talk should progress slightly fast so that the peace deal can be achieved and this war could be stopped. Asuma.
And, what's your take now? Is Zelensky incapable of holding his ground between US and Russia? Why does he keep trying to bring in Europe to the table?
Because he understands that although openly he does not say that, but he knows that the Donald Trump is very, very sympathetic towards Putin, and whatever demands have been put across by President Putin to President Donald Trump, he is considering most of these demands, and the basic demand is of the territory, which Zelensky is not ready to give in. So that is the thing. So Zelensky does not trust Americans that much that he trusts the Europeans, because Europeans have always been standing with Ukraine. Donald Trump, especially when Donald Trump has become the president, since then there has been a lot of ifs and buts in giving the support, whether it is in terms of diplomatic support or in the military support. But whereas the Europeans are concerned, they are always ready to stand with Zelensky, and they have always supported Zelensky, and they are still supporting Zelensky, and they don't agree to most of the points which have been given by Russians to the Americans, and Americans are also ready to accept those points. Europeans are not ready to accept those points, especially of the territory. So I think Zelensky is more towards Europe than towards the Americans. Asuma.
And lastly, how do you analyze this situation? Do you think Zelensky needs a change of strategy here in terms of defense, but also in terms of peace talks? Since you have highlighted the way Putin and U.S. President Trump's relationship is.
Look, Zelensky is in very, very tight spot. Now the tight spot is that if he does not agree to the demands of the Russians, then this war will not stop. But if he agrees to the demands, then he loses 20% of the territory. So how is he going to face his own public? Because after 4 years of so much of destruction and devastation and so many casualties, if you are ready to give up the territory, then the first question which will be asked by the public, Ukrainian public, and even the Europeans will be that why did you fight for 4 years when you had to give this territory? So that is the big problem, and that's why Zelensky is in a tight spot. That's why for everything he runs toward the Europeans, because Europeans are the ones who are against giving this territory. As far as the Donald Trump is concerned, he is not worried about that the Ukrainians will lose 20% of their territory. That is the big problem. That's why Zelensky on one hand wants peace, but he wants peace in such a manner that he doesn't have to lose the territory which they have already lost out to the Russians, and Russians are already occupying 90 to 95% of the Donbass region. Asuma.
Thank you very much, Colonel Sanjay Sirohi, for sharing that. Please stay with us as we come back to you. Now, looking at Europe once again, Denmark's King Frederik has arrived in Nuuk, February on 18th, for his second visit to Greenland within a year, underscoring unity with the Danish territory amid US President Donald Trump's renewed push to acquire the Arctic island. Speaking during the visit, the king has said that it was a great pleasure to return to Greenland and meet its people, adding that the well-being of Greenlanders had always been close to his heart. He was welcomed by Greenlandic Prime Minister Hans Fredrik Nielsen, who said the monarch's repeated visits during the ongoing diplomatic tensions and highlighted unity between the population and the Danish crown, describing Fredrik as a unifying figure for the Greenlandic people. This visit comes after Greenland, Denmark, and the United States launched diplomatic talks late last month aimed at easing tensions following President Trump's repeated comments, which sparked strains within the NATO alliance. Denmark's government has said discussions with U.S. officials were constructive, but warned that Washington's interest in acquiring Greenland had not changed. During his stay in Nuuk, the king has met residents, visited the Katuak Culture Center and Denmark's Joint Arctic Command, and greeted participants in Arctic Basic Training Program. Let's in fact listen into what the Danish king and the Greenlandic MP have shared.
Jeg vil sige, det er en stor glæde for mig at være tilbage i Grønland. Det er altid en stor glæde for mig at være i Grønland. Møde det grønlandske folk, opleve naturen. Det grønlandske folks ved og vel, det ligger mig meget på sinde. Det har det altid gjort. Det vil det altid.
Altså nu har han inden for kort tid faktisk været her et par gange, kan man sige. Ikke? Han var her også på andre tidspunkter af den her, det vi kalder krisen her. Jeg synes lige nu, så er det jeg lægger væk på, og det jeg bliver mærket, det er, hvor stor samhørighed der er mellem vores befolkning og hans majestæt konge, og det er jeg glad for, at vi har bevist igen. Han er en samlende figur for det grønlandske folk, så det at vi kan glæde dem, vi kan glæde hinanden ved at bruge et par dage sammen, det synes jeg bare er dejligt.
Now we welcome back retired Colonel Sanjay Sirohi for this discussion. Thank you very much, Colonel Sirohi, for staying with us. Now, looking at this situation, how important is a Greenland or Danish king to, ensure that Greenlanders feel that they're being cared for, they're included? How is this going to be affecting the maybe nationalism over there?
Asuma, we have to understand that this Greenland thing, which has been going on since Mr. Donald Trump assumed the presidency of America. So Mr. Donald Trump is after taking over the Greenland, and the basic reason is, although he is talking about the security, it is not only security, but it is basically the critical minerals which are there in Greenland. So that is the basic reason. As far as the security is concerned, they already have a military base in Greenland, so I don't think that is the main reason. Now the king visiting the Greenland within 1 year, that shows that it is more of an optics, showing that there is solidarity with the people of Greenland, so that, because Greenland people are also talking of autonomy. They also want independence, but they want independence and they don't want to get into America, this thing. So I think it is basically as a optics, and they want to show solidarity with the Greenland people, so that the Greenland people, they think that they have not been abandoned by the Denmark. So that is why I think this visit has taken a significant importance, and so that it also shows to the Americans and especially to Mr. Donald Trump that the Greenland is neither for sale nor for occupation by any other country, except that it is part of Denmark. Asuma.
With that, I'd like to thank Mr. Colonel Sanjay Sirohi for joining us today and sharing that insight. Thank you very much. Now we move on to Germany. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz has warned the United States against imposing higher tariffs, stating that Europe would respond with tariffs of its own. Now, speaking to supporters of his conservative CDU party, Merz has emphasized that if the US overdid it, Europe would be able to defend itself. His remarks come amid rising tensions with the U.S. over tariffs. Earlier this year, President Trump threatened to increasing tariffs on European countries, including Germany, in a row over Greenland. Merz has also discussed his upcoming visit to China, highlighting the need for closer cooperation between Europe and China. He has stressed the inseparability of foreign economic and defense policy. Let's listen in.
Und wenn die Amerikaner glauben, dass sie mit hohen Zöllen entgegen der Vereinbarung, die wir im August des letzten Jahres getroffen haben.
Hello and welcome. I am Kriti Mehta and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. We'll start as always with a check of the top headlines this hour. British police arrest former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Wednesday on suspicion of misconduct in public office linked to allegations over his past ties with Jeffrey Epstein. Prime Minister Narendra Modi unveils India's Manav Vision, standing for moral, ethical and human-centric AI at the AI Impact Summit in New Delhi, promoting inclusive and responsible global artificial intelligence. French President Emmanuel Macron praises India's digital public infrastructure as a global benchmark and hailed its pioneering role in combining technology with humanity at the ongoing AI Impact Summit. US military forces are prepared to launch strikes on Iran as early as this weekend, according to multiple reports, as President Trump weighs possible action amid stalled nuclear talks. Former South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol sentenced to life imprisonment after a court found him guilty of leading an insurrection through his brief 2024 martial law declaration. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates pulled out of his keynote address at India's AI Impact Summit just hours before it was due, as his foundation cited the need to keep focus on the event's priorities amid fresh Epstein scrutiny. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg has testified in a landmark US social media addiction trial, facing questions over whether Instagram was deliberately designed to be addictive and harmful to children. Bangladesh's new sports minister has signaled a quick reset in cricket ties with India following recent T20 World Cup tension after holding talks with Indian diplomats to resolve disputes through friendly dialogue. And now viewers, on to our top focus story. News coming in now from United Kingdom, where former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Wednesday has been arrested on suspicion of a misconduct in public office. Details of the investigations have not been disclosed and no charges have been formally filed yet. Authorities are currently reviewing evidence, with further updates expected as the case progresses. This arrest comes amid ongoing scrutiny of the former royal's public and private dealings. Peter Baum, editor at the Weekly Blitz, joins us now in this discussion from London. Peter, thanks very much for joining us. What's your first reaction to Andrew's arrest?
Good day, Chrissy. Yes, as you quite rightly pointed out, this news has come out literally in the last 30 minutes.
Yes.
And it is a most extraordinary development in what is an extraordinary story. All the way through this process, the ex-Duke, the ex-Prince, has denied any wrongdoing, and to my knowledge, no charges have yet been made. So what has been, the suggestion is misconduct in public office. That could be something to do with his relationship with underage girls during his friendship with Epstein. It could be passing on sensitive information to people connected with Epstein. We've no idea at this moment in time what the charges actually relate to. And of course, in the UK, everyone is innocent until found guilty. So we don't know what the charges are. However, there is one thing that is quite remarkable about this story, and that is he has no friends, irrespective of those who utterly support the royal family, whether you're on the government side or on the opposition side, or whichever part of the media you're from, left wing or right wing. It seems to me, as an independent political researcher, that this man is being gunned for by all sides. He is absolutely friendless. Even his family have cast him aside. This is a witch hunt like we've never seen before in history. Probably the only thing I can relate it to is to the trial of Dreyfus in France. Dreyfus, of course, was innocent. We don't know yet whether Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor is innocent, but I can assure you he is absolutely friendless from every aspect of the media and the political divide.
But isn't it too late right now, Peter? It's been going on since decades, and how has he not been prosecuted up until now? Why is it taken for the Epstein files to be made public by the US Department of Justice for any action to be taken against the former prince? Because I believe it couldn't have been hidden for so long that the former prince was engaging in these kinds of shameful acts.
Well, we don't, to be fair, and you have rules to abide by, I'm sure, we don't know what shameful acts he was engaged in. To the world at large, and I must admit, the news flow does seem very negative, but he has yet to be formally charged with anything criminal. All we have at the moment is media speculation. And also, don't forget, there are numerous people who were with Jeffrey Epstein on his island, who associated with him, who had emails with him, and they have yet to be charged too. So let's stand back a little bit and let's not accuse someone of being guilty until charges are brought, and if necessary, he is brought to trial. And the reason it's taken so long is I would suggest that there are numerous governments and government departments who actually don't want or who had reasons to keep the Epstein files and emails secret. This goes on in political life, whether it's in America, the United Kingdom, or in Asia. So there's obviously been a cover-up. The files are being made public, but as you understand, names have been redacted. So these things do take time. I'm actually surprised at how expeditiously this man has been charged. And as I say to you, it does seem to me, and I'm no fan of his, believe me, but it does seem to me that there is a coordinated witch hunt going on in the United Kingdom from every side of the political divide and from every part of the media who would normally be diametrically opposed to these kinds of situations.
All right, Peter, we hear you. There is the picture evidence of the prince with several women, and those women have gone on publicly excusing him.
Yes, I agree. There are pictures. Of that there is no doubt. And it does seem, if the statements of the women are true, then this man has a lot to answer for. But at the moment, all we have is hearsay and photos that actually prove nothing. He may be seen in a compromising position, but that's not criminal. So I'm trying to play devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
I understand where the media interest is, where the political interest is, etc., etc. But I'm just very unconvinced about why there is such a witch hunt against this one individual who's already been discredited in public life, and yet the police, the judiciary, the media, the politicians are still going for him. This is a little bit weird, to say the least, to me. Sinister is the word I'm looking for.
Right. Peter, thanks very much for your opinion on this. For now, do continue to stay on. Viewers, we now move on to news from Iran. Iran's atomic energy chief, Mohammad Islami, has defended his country's nuclear program, saying no nation can take away Tehran's right to nuclear enrichment. He made the remarks following the second round of US-Iran talks in Geneva, stressing that enrichment is the backbone of the nuclear industry. Islami explained that nuclear fuel is essential for any process and emphasized that Iran's program is proceeding in full compliance with International Atomic Energy Agency rules. He added that the Islamic Republic will continue to benefit from nuclear technology peacefully. The comments come amid rising tension after US President Donald Trump again hinted at possible military action. Meanwhile, the Kremlin has weighed in on rising tension over Iran's nuclear program, calling for restraint and prudence from all parties. Russia warned against new military strikes, saying such actions could escalate conflict across the Middle East. Request Peter to join us back in the discussion here. Peter, despite 2 rounds of talks that were held in Geneva, there are reports, multiple of them coming out, that the US is preparing itself for a strike as soon as this weekend. And then this statement also coming in from Iran that it won't stop from enriching nuclear uranium further.
Yes, indeed. I've been talking about this on several media channels, yourself included, for the last 3 or 4 weeks now. And let's just step back a little bit. The statement coming from the Iranian nuclear energy chief is not surprising. He is part and parcel of the regime, and it's consistent that he should make such statements supporting Iran's right to enrich uranium. It's been made public, and it will give comfort and support to those who support the regime, are hardliners, and it has some logic to it. Of that, no doubt. It's a statement that one could expect. In terms of the negotiations, it was clear from the outset that Trump was going to demand 4 things, and he's been consistent and will not let Iran off the hook. The 4 demands are to stop enriching uranium, to stop production of ballistic missiles, to stop funding and weaponizing the proxies, and to stop the grotesque clampdown and killings of the domestic protesters within Iran. Iran has done nothing to comply with those demands, although what the statements more recently coming out have been that, well, look, there's room for flexibility and negotiation here. Ironically, this particular statement would seem to have jeopardized what some of the Iranian ministers, certainly the foreign minister, has said. It would be almost contradictory, and we know that within the Iranian regime there is infighting about how it should proceed.
And that is in fact reflecting from the statements that are coming out. There are contradictory statements when Iran has its president has already issued a statement to the effect that Iran is not working on its nuclear ambitions or building its nuclear arsenal. This fresh statement is just the contrary from Iran's atomic energy chief. He's saying Iran will proceed with enriching its uranium. So clearly there is contradiction from within Iran as well, and that's not a good sign for the country as far as negotiations with the US or other global powers go.
Absolutely spot on, Chrissy, absolutely spot on. This indicates to all of us that there is a power struggle going on within the regime. The hardliners who seem to be welcoming military action against them, and those who are trying to negotiate their way out of what is an impossible situation for Iran. Don't forget, Iran is at its weakest politically, militarily, for decades now. They cannot rely on the proxies to support them in any war. The domestic protests have actually gained momentum in the last 48 to 72 hours, which various media channels have managed to get footage of, and have seen buildings burned and protests in the streets, and those shouting death to Khamenei and death to the supreme leader. So within Iran itself there is a huge power struggle, and this statement that you've highlighted from the Iranian nuclear energy chief does seem inconsistent with some of the statements made by those in the Foreign Office.
Right. Peter, once again, thanks very much for your comments, and I request you to stay on once again as we move ahead. Prime Minister Donald Tusk of US has warned Polish citizens to leave Iran immediately, citing the risk of armed conflict and limited time for evacuation. Tusk urged, please leave Iran immediately and do not go to this country under any circumstances. The warning follows reports that the United States is closer to military conflict with Iran than generally perceived, with a large-scale campaign possibly starting soon. Polish authorities advised citizens to avoid travel to Iran and take immediate steps to depart the country. Let's in fact listen in to what Tusk had to say.
Proszę natychmiast opuścić ci wszyscy, którzy jeszcze są w Iran i w żadnym wypadku nie wybierać się do tego kraju. Nie chcę nikogo tu straszyć jakimś możliwym rozwojem wydarzeń, ale wszyscy wiemy, o czym mówię. Możliwość już gorącego konfliktu jest bardzo, bardzo realna.
All right. Request Peter to join us back in the discussion here. Peter, Poland is only the latest country to make that advisory for its citizens. We've already seen countries, including India, who've evacuated their citizens from Iran. But this statement now coming in from Donald Tusk, is it strengthening the reports that a strike indeed could be imminent very soon?
Yeah, Donald Tusk is one of Europe's most senior and experienced, probably respected politicians, and has been for the last, let's say, 30 years. For him to come out with such a strong statement is surely an indication that Poland and Poland's allies should take the necessary steps, not only bringing out their citizens, but it's clearly a warning sign that military action does seem now to be much greater than a 50% chance, as it was when the negotiations first started in Oman a couple of weeks ago. It would be sensible for all other countries who still have citizens in Iran and who haven't made similar statements to that of Donald Tusk on behalf of his Polish compatriots to do so similarly. India were way ahead of the curve on all this, as I must say, with the United Kingdom. So that was a very good thing to have done from the Indian ruling government and from the United Kingdom ruling government. I'm surprised that actually it's taken so long for some countries, such as Poland, to wait until this amount of time before giving their citizens a warning sign. This could be that they weren't aware of any Poles in Iran, or very few Poles in Iran, so there could be a number of reasons for this. But I would suggest to you that all those other countries who have not made such statements and have citizens working or living in Iran will come out with similar statements in the very, very near future.
Right, Peter, once again, thanks very much for joining us. And we now move on to news from Seoul. Viewers, South Korea, former South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol's lawyers have criticized the Seoul court, claiming it ignored evidence in sentencing Yoon to life imprisonment. The court found him guilty of masterminding an insurrection linked to his December 2024 attempt to declare martial law. Yoon Kap-kyun, one of Yoon's lawyers, questioned whether the dozens of hearings held over the past year were merely procedural formalities.
오늘 법치가 붕괴되는 현실을 보면서 향후 항소를 해야 할지 이런 형사소송 절차를 계속 참여를 해야 될지 회의가 듭니다. 이 부분은 대통령과도 상의를 드리고 변호인들끼리도 논의를 해봐야 될 것 같습니다.
The judge ruled that Yoon conspired with his then defense minister to subvert the constitution by deploying troops to parliament, attempting to paralyze the legislature. Under South Korean law, masterminding an insurrection carries a maximum sentence of the death penalty or life imprisonment. Prosecutors had sought the death penalty in this high-profile case. Anti-Yoon protesters responded with disappointment, saying the verdict fell short of expectations and hoping the death penalty will be imposed in appeals. Let's in fact listen in to one such protester.
저희는 당연히 사형이 나올 줄 알았는데 무기징역이 나와서 굉장히 아쉽고요. 사실 이거는 2심, 3심을 가서 반드시 사형이 나올 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 범죄 경력이 없기 때문에 감형을 해서 무기징역을 줬다는 거는 국민의 한 사람으로서 도저히 용납이 안 돼요.
Joining me now for this discussion is Dr. Sergei Kumar. He's a journalist at the Korea Herald and joins us live from Seoul, South Korea. Thanks very much, Dr. Kumar, for joining me in this discussion. We've just heard the reactions from anti-Yoon protesters. What really is the sentiment of the general public in Seoul and South Korea?
The sentiments of the majority here, especially the public sentiment, is very much against Yoon, and frankly majority wants to forget this episode. I mean, they consider this entire incident as a dark history in the democracy of South Korea, but there is a very intense political polarization here, and those people who are politically aligned or at least passively aligned, they are demanding either complete, death penalty or more severe, punishment. But on the other side, the Yoon legal team and the sympathizers of Yoon, they are considering the entire judicial process as politically biased. I mean, they also have a argument if you would like to listen.
All right, sure. What evidence was really provided that handed him the maximum sentence, which was of life imprisonment?
Kriti, it was very comprehensive. If you see the trials that he had been facing before also, but this ruling has come on the basis of this insurrection. He was found guilty in the case of insurrection, and that is why one of the protesters, the lady that NewsX was just showing right now on the screen, she was saying that for this insurrection, how can death penalty is not given? So he must not be forgiven, because the insurrection that former President Yoon was involved in would have caused death of thousands of people, and it was undermining of the entire constitution of Korea. So this is the majority of the people who are like anti-Yoon, or you can say that politically aligned with the Democratic Party, are saying. But on the other side, as I was trying to mention, if you allow me, the legal team of former President Yoon, they are saying that if justice is done, then it should be visible also. So it is important to do justice, but it is also to show that justice is happening is equally important. And they are saying that because of public pressure, because of Democratic Party pressure, and because of the sentiments of the people that time, because people were very angry. So they are saying that this all aspects and the judicial processes have made this justice not being completely acceptable by the legal team, and that is making a kind of a difference of opinion. And I'm sure that they are going to once again, in defense, they are going to appeal for this ruling. But yes, the sentiments here is like common sentiment is that everybody want to forget this entire episode, and they want to focus on their everyday life, because since last 443 days, these kind of polarizations, debates, media debates, public polarizations were happening, and people were tired of listening to this constitutional terminologies and and seeing the legal procedures of many trials and rulings.
All right, thanks very much, Sanjay, for joining me here in this discussion. And we now proceed. Viewers, Russian President Vladimir Putin has met with Cuban Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez on Wednesday in the Kremlin. Putin called the new restrictions on Cuba unacceptable and made it clear that Russia does not recognize or accept these measures. A senior Russian diplomat said Moscow will provide aid to Havana, including material support to help Cuba navigate U.S. pressure and restrictive oil measures. The Kremlin also highlighted that Russia-Cuba relations are continuing on a positive track. In a separate meeting, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov told his Cuban counterpart that Washington should avoid a full naval blockade and pursue negotiations instead. The Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov also confirmed that Moscow did not raise the Cuba issue with Washington. And scores of people have been killed in suspected jihadi attacks in northwestern Nigeria, according to police. Armed assailants stormed several villages, opening fire on residents and setting homes ablaze. Security agencies say operations are underway to track down the attackers and prevent further violence. Authorities have condemned the assaults, warning that the ongoing insurgency continues to pose a serious threat to civilians in the region. Police say the situation remains tense, with residents urged to stay vigilant as security forces maintain an increased presence across affected areas. And that's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
Hello and welcome to NewsX World. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching Hollywood Calling. From celebrity scoops to film and music buzz, here's your quick look at what's making headlines in entertainment this week. Now, Kanye West, now known as Ye, will perform in India for the first time on March 29th at New Delhi's Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. The concert is part of his global tour and promises groundbreaking visuals. Maya Hawke and Christian Lee Hudson surprised fans by tying the knot. Surrounded by family and close friends, including her parents Ethan Hawke and Uma Thurman, the couple celebrated in an intimate ceremony. Harry Styles reflects on the emotional challenges of going solo after One Direction split in 2015. In a recent interview, he shared how his debut album marked a creative shift. BTS reassured fans after the RM's December live stream sparked concerns. The group responded with humor and camaraderie. For Valentine's Day, they surprised fans with a rose installation hinting at their upcoming album, Arirang. Now we start with Kanye West. American rapper Kanye West, now known as Ye, will make his India debut with a concert titled Ye Live on 29th of March at New Delhi's Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. This performance is part of his global tour with over 160 million records sold and 24 Grammy Awards. Kanye is known for his musical evolution with hits like Stronger and Bittersweet Poetry. Organized by White Fox, Plush Entertainment, and Witchcraft, the concert promises expansive staging and cutting-edge visuals. Tickets will be available from February 18th. Fans are eagerly anticipating this monumental event. Now for this, we welcome Mr. Jody Davis. He's an executive producer and a journalist, joins us live from Ontario. Thank you very much for joining us. Welcome to NewsX World. Now, what can fans expect from Kanye West's first concert in India?
I think it's interesting that Kanye chose India to perform next. He just performed 2 shows in Mexico City, and when he was there, he performed on a very minimalist stage with no visuals behind him. He came out all dressed sort of in white, but he did bring his daughter Northwest on stage for a song, and he did sort of go through the hits that he would normally have, from songs like Heartless to Power, all the big hits that you would normally want to hear from Kanye West. There was very little verbal sort of speaking back and forth between him and the audience, but this show might be a little different. He has been known in the past to have very big stage performances, to have gospel choirs with them. So with Kanye West, you really never know what you're going to get until you actually get there.
So how will the concert experience be tailored to the Indian audience?
I'm not quite sure yet how Kanye will sort of cater to the Indian audience. I think for Kanye West, this really feels more for him as sort of a apology tour, and sort of trying to win back audiences, because he recently has spoken to Wall Street Journal, and he's spoken to Vanity Fair, saying sorry for some of the comments that he made that were anti-Semitic in the past. He does have a new album coming out called Bully, so I'm sure there will be some tracks from that will be there. And who knows, he's famous for bringing on special guests, so maybe there are sort of hip hop stars or rappers in his realm who have a huge fan base in India that he might bring onto stage. But as I said, you never know with Kanye West what you're going to get until you get there, because with everything he's been through, his sort of thoughts change almost from day to day.
Jody, please do stay with us as we'll come back to you. Now moving on, in the surprise Valentine's Day ceremony, actress Maya Hawke and singer-songwriter Christian Lee Hudson tied the knot on February 14th. Surrounded by family and close friends, including her parents, actors Ethan Hawke and Uma Thurman, the couple exchanged vows in an intimate celebration. Hawke's Stranger Things castmates, including Finn Wolfhard, Gaten Matarazzo, and Sadie Sink, were also in attendance. The bride wore a white wedding dress paired with a feathery winter coat, while Hudson opted for a traditional tuxedo. Thurman donned a light blue gown, and Ethan Hawke wore all black. The couple has been dating for several years, and their connection deepened through music. Now we move on. Harry Styles has opened up about the emotional toll of stepping out on his own after One Direction split in 2015. In a recent interview, Styles reflected on the challenges of transitioning from being part of a global boy band to performing solo. He admitted feeling very alone and struggling with the pressure of creating music by himself. Styles, now 32, revealed how his debut album in 2017 marked a creative shift for him. He was driven by curiosity and fear of disappointing his supporters. The Grammy-winning singer also spoke about his first significant break in over a decade after his Love on Tour ended in July 2023. Now we welcome back Mr. Jody Davis. He's an executive producer and a journalist, joins us live from Ontario. Thank you very much, Jody, for staying with us. Now, how do you think Harry Styles' emotional journey during his transition from One Direction to a solo career has shaped his music and public persona?
Yeah, I think when Harry sort of was left, or when One Direction left, and they sort of went on their sort of solo projects, Harry really took some time and sort of removed himself from everybody and started writing his Fine Line album. And I think, I think Harry really wanted to sort of prove himself as a solo star. And I think he's done that, obviously winning a Grammy for Album of the Year. And I think he was sort of just trying to say that he had more to offer than what he could deliver as a boy band. So I think when you see Harry in his, especially like in his sort of progress over each album, he's trying a little bit of different things. He's trying different types of music. This one, obviously, even with the title with disco in it, it's definitely more electronica, more dance heavy. The first album was a little bit more rock and sort of indie. So I think Harry definitely is trying to move away from that persona, and I think he's done a great job doing it. I don't think anyone really, I think everyone now thinks of Harry Styles as a soul singer and not so much as a member of One Direction.
Harry mentioned feeling very alone after the band split. In your opinion, how did that sense of isolation influence his songwriting and stage presence during his solo performances?
Yeah, I think at the start, when it first happened, I think Harry definitely used that isolation to sort of dig deeper into what he was feeling as sort of a member of one of the biggest bands in the world. So he looked, definitely went into more an intimate sort of portrayal. I think since then, again, Harry has definitely sort of transformed himself and sort of what people can expect from him. His last sort of tour, he was definitely, there was no signs of isolation or anything like that. He was definitely with the crowd, being on tour with them. He was definitely, was full, gave the audiences a full range of different types of performances, and deliver one of the best tours of the year. I think for this tour coming up, I think Harry again will, you'll see a lot of different things from Harry. I think you'll see him, be moments where he'll be introspective and give you a ballad and sit down at a piano, and there'll be times where Harry will make it into a dance party. So I think he definitely is, as I said, maturing and changing as an artist, and I think that's only will add to the concert experience for people who get to see Harry Styles on this tour.
Thank you very much, Jody, for sharing that. Please do stay with us. Now, moving on, Indian actress Priyanka Chopra took to the stage over the weekend at a Harvard student-led event, where she opened up about her personal and professional journey. Reflecting on her transition from Bollywood to Hollywood, Chopra shared the challenges she faced, both emotional and career-wise. She recalled enduring long hours on set and taking smaller roles early on in her career. Chopra also spoke about her desire to leave behind a legacy rather than just a career, a vision she had during a turbulent time in her life. Now balancing family and career, she credits her resilience and her younger self for the success she enjoys today. Chopra's powerful message resonates with those facing struggles in their journey to success. Now moving on to BTS, as BTS prepares for their much-anticipated comeback, the members recently addressed concerns over a viral moment during a December live stream. Leader RM opened up about the pressure he's faced, even wondering if the group should disband. The confession sparked worldwide fan concerns, but the group responded with humor and camaraderie. We revealed that none of them watched the full live stream while Jin and Suga offered light-hearted takes. Jimin added that they cope by laughing together. The group's bond remains strong as they prepare for their reunion. Meanwhile, to make special for the BTS ARMY in a Valentine's Day gesture, BTS surprised fans with a unique rose installation hinting at their upcoming album, Arirang, creating excitement across the globe. Now we welcome Ms. Pooja Vishwanathan. She's an editor of Heliuzim, joins us live from Uttar Pradesh. Thank you very much for joining us. Welcome to NewsX World. Now,
thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you. Now, BTS is gearing up for one of their most anticipated comebacks. How do you think this new album will reflect their journey and growth over the years?
So, like, everyone is curious and pretty much excited about BTS's comeback. Like, after 3 years and 9 months since their military service got over, BTS is making a huge comeback with their album Arirang, which is an ode to Korean culture, as Arirang is an unofficial anthem of Korea, and in a way it reflects longing, gratitude, hope, resilience, and growth, which BTS have experienced over the years with every chapter of their lives. BTS, they don't make music in isolation. They make music at every step and every phase of the life, keeping in mind the fandom, army, and people around the globe, and their loved ones whom they have supported throughout the years, like during their ups and downs, during the turbulent phase when they thought they should disband. This disbandment when RM spoke about during his previous life and in 2018. These all ups and downs reflect how strongly they coexist as a group and how strongly they have created a bond over the years with everyone, especially ARMY, because of whom they are here. And same goes for us as fans and as someone who have seen their journey from the beginning or from the middle, people who joined late and people who discovered their music at a time when they were feeling down. Their music is something we all look forward to as a source of motivation, as a source of hope, as a source of something which we cannot define in mere words, but through their music, even though some of us don't understand the language, we put efforts to learn the language, we find comfort. BTS is a happy place. So I think Arirang is something which we are all looking forward to. And in March, starting in March, when they'll hold their concert at Gwanghwamun Square, Seoul, and then they'll release, they'll go on tour, and then their album is dropping on March 20th. It's an excitement. It's a complete package. So I think we all are pretty much looking forward to what they have in store for us, and I hope BTS has had their successful tours all over these years. So this 2026-27 will be a massive year for them, and I guess it's their rediscovery of who they were in their past and who they are now as a mature band who are ready to face the world and ready to make a massive comeback.
Yes, and as you highlight that they are ready for a comeback, but BTS recently addressed concerns over RM's comments about taking a break. Do you think the pressure of fame affects the members, and how do they manage to stay so grounded?
Like BTS, if you see BTS's Bangtan Sonyeodan, and then it also correlates with the meaning behind the scenes. We never know what goes on behind the scenes when it comes to making music or producing such a massive album. RM has always been someone who gives comfort to others before putting himself on priority basis. And it's not just the band's leader, it goes with rest of the 6 members who always put army first before even coming to themselves. And fame is something which everyone grapples with over the time, and we have seen so many K-pop idols in South Korea committing suicide. If you see Sully, Kuhara, then recent actors, then sudden suicide, or maybe we don't know how Moonveil of Astro uh, died, and then Jonghyun of Shiny. These all cases they shook the K-pop industry, and BTS are someone who openly discuss their mental health, and also that reflects in their songs, the kind of music they make. And even though all the members said that they try not to think about that too much, or they do not even watch the live stream, it's just the way of foreshadowing their thoughts in a way so that we don't feel sad of what they are going through. This is the kind of love they give to us, and as fans, it's our duty. It's our way of supporting them by listening to their music and comfort them from across the borders. Even though we haven't met them physically, we are there with them mentally, and we know that RM does not speak anything like that out of blue. When he is going through something, or when all the members are going through something, they know that we are there for them at every stage of their life, each step of their important days, and preparing for their, whether it's preparing for the comeback or just supporting them in whatever ways we can. We are always there for BTS, like BTS has always been there for us through tough times, through happy times, through times where we have even graduated, or maybe through times where we felt lost and completely demotivated. So if you see recent example of Indian playback singer Arijit Singh, who's retired from playback singing, although he will continue learning the art in other ways, it was not easy for him to take this decision. Fame is indeed exhausting, and one day or the other, BTS might disband, and we respect their decision, because in 2018 at Hong Kong during Mama Awards, when all members broke down and Jin said they were considering disbanding, the pressure seemed obvious. It's not easy to stay grounded at one place,
Yes.
and it's because of us, our armies, movies, like we support BTS immensely. They are here, and I'm sure that with time they will take some decision that will reflect in their journey, upcoming journey. So I hope BTS stays the same, and then I wish all the best that Arena becomes successful, and we are looking forward to their music, to them, and to their lives and epic concerts.
Yes. And last but not least, BTS created a stunning Valentine's Day rose wall for fans with QR codes linking to messages. What's your take on how BTS continues to interact with their fans in such unique and thoughtful ways?
All these years, BTS, they have interacted with us fans in more or less unique different ways. And if you see, it's not a PR package. They are not marketing themselves, or they are not marketing their love for their army and the music they make. Valentine's Day, people think it's just exchanging roses with the couples, and that's it. It's more than that. It's about self-love, it's about accepting yourself, it's about gratitude, it's about the kind of love which you think you can only achieve through physical relationship, but no other ways. BTS have always proved that there is more love than the actual love which you think exists only within your world, just by exchanging roses, or just by affirming few words. So the setup which was done in Seoul, Los Angeles, and London was something which everyone looked forward to, and the QR code which revealed our favorite songs was something which we were like completely caught off the guard. It's such bouquet of roses no one had expected in their lifetime. BTS did something completely unfathomable, and that was a unique way of kickstarting their upcoming album Arira, and writing letters, or whether it's V Live, or whether it's just mentioning our country or just by greeting in our languages. It's a sweet gesture that BTS they always do for us armies, and we are always looking forward to what they have in store for us.
With that, I'd like to thank Ms. Pooja Vishwanathan for joining us today and sharing that insight with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Now we move on. Oscar-winning actor Robert Duvall, known for his iconic roles in The Godfather and Apocalypse, now has passed away at the age of 95. His death has led to an outpouring of tributes from Hollywood, with longtime collaborations and collaborators such as Francis Ford Coppola, Al Pacino, and Robert De Niro, praising his immense talent and lasting impact on American cinema. Coppola, who worked closely with Duvall over several decades, shared a heartfelt tribute on social media, recalling their numerous collaborations. The two worked together on iconic films such as The Godfather, Apocalypse Now, and The Conversation. Duvall's death marks the end of an era for Hollywood. Now looking at UK, in the midst of the ongoing family drama surrounding the Beckhams, the heartwarming gesture from the youngest member of the family has captured attention. On Valentine's Day, 14-year-old Harper Beckham shared a touching message to her three brothers, Brooklyn, Romeo, and Cruz. The teenager posted a black and white photo of herself with her siblings on her private Instagram account, saying, "I love you all so much, words can't describe it." Romeo later reshared the image publicly. Victoria Beckham also shared Harper's sweet gesture, sending love to her three sons. This came after Brooklyn Beckham recently addressed rumors about a family rift. Amid the tension, Harper's loving message has brought a moment of warmth to the Beckham family. Now for this, we welcome back Mr. Jody Davis. He's an executive producer and journalist. Thank you very much, Jody, for staying with us. Now looking at this, Harper Beckham's touching Valentine's Day tribute came amidst a public family rift. How do you think her gesture impacts the public perception of the family dynamics?
Well, Harper on Valentine's Day posted on her Instagram stories a picture of her with her three brothers, Brooklyn, Romeo, and Cruz, and sort of, talked about how much she loved them. Victoria then also posted a picture of the kids together, saying that Harper has the best big brothers in the world. I think this was a sort of subtle, almost olive branch from Victoria, David, and Harper towards Brooklyn, just saying, like, we know things are, not well between us right now, but despite all that, we still love you. We still think you are part of our family, even though that statement that you put out definitely did not make it feel like we were part of his family anymore. So I think it's definitely a nice sort of little moment. And then even Cruz Beckham's girlfriend posted a picture afterwards of Cruz's some of his band equipment, and on it said Harper's brother on it. So we haven't heard anything from Brooklyn since Harper posted that thing, but I do think it sort of shows that Victoria and the family are willing to, say that they still love Brooklyn, and that, I think they're sort of giving that sort of first sort of olive branch out there to say, this is how we feel. It's up to you now to come back and sort of take the reign.
Like you have already touched down on it a little bit, but Brooklyn Beckham's recent statements about his parents controlling narratives in the press have caused a stir. What do you think this means for the future of his relationship with his family?
I really think it's up to Brooklyn now. I think Harper, Victoria and David would even have really sort of put everything into the ball into his court. Like, they've had celebrities stand up for them. Gordon Ramsay, who said he was at the wedding, said, Brooklyn's sort of view on things is not what happened. There was nothing salacious at the wedding. Mark Anthony, who was the sort of man on stage who called Victoria up, also said that the way Brooklyn is telling the story is not completely true. And I think by, Victoria has mentioned all of her kids in recent press, and then we had the Harper post. So I think really that they are putting it all out there for Brooklyn to say, listen, we're ready to have a conversation, we're ready to talk, we're ready to sort of welcome you back and sort of have that have that conversation and amend things. But it really does become Brooklyn's sort of move now. I think they've done what they need to do. So we're really just waiting to see what Brooklyn says.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jody Davis, for joining us and sharing that insight. Now, moving on, Israeli producer Dana Eden, has known for the hit spy thriller Tehran, was found dead in her Athens hotel room on 15th of February. Greek police has confirmed the death and stated the 52-year-old's body was discovered after a relative's unsuccessful attempts to contact her. Authorities are treating the case as a suicide based on evidence and testimonies, with pills found at the scene and bruises on her neck. Her production company, Donna and Shula Productions, expressed deep sorrow and refuted rumors of criminal or nationalistic motives. Now moving on, Cynthia Erivo is setting the record straight after months of speculation about her relationship with Ariana Grande. In a recent interview, Erivo addressed rumors that suggested the two were more than just co-stars in Wicked. She explained that many people did not understand how two women could have a close friendship without it being romantic. Erivo has attributed the fascination to the lack of representation of deep platonic female friendships in the media. The 39-year-old actress said there was a strange obsession with their bond, with some thinking they were either putting on an act or secretly lovers. Erivo believes the lack of representation of strong platonic female relationship is part of why people misinterpreted their connection. Now we move on. At the White House Black History Month reception, President Donald Trump once again praised rapper Nicki Minaj. Reflecting on their recent meeting at the Trump Accounts Summit, Trump has admired Minaj's appearance, calling her so beautiful and complimenting her long nails. He said, "I love Nicki Minaj," Trump has said, recalling their time together. Minaj, who attended the summit with Trump, had previously referred to him as the greatest and most successful female rapper in history. Speculations surrounding her political views has grown, with the rapper praising Trump's leadership at a UN conference and America Fest in December. Minaj also declared herself as Trump's #1 fan during her January appearance at the summit.
I love Nicki Minaj. She was here a couple of weeks ago. She's so beautiful. Her skin's so beautiful. I said, Nicki is so beautiful. Her nails are like that long. I said, Nicki, are they real? She said, she didn't want to get into that.
That's all, and that's a wrap on Hollywood Calling for this week. Your dose of stars, style, and stories returns soon.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's start with a check of the top headlines this hour. British police arrest former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Wednesday on suspicion of misconduct in public office linked to allegations over his past ties with Jeffrey Epstein. Prime Minister Modi unveils India's Manav vision, standing for moral, ethical and human-centric AI at the AI Impact Summit in New Delhi, promoting inclusive and responsible global artificial intelligence. French President Emmanuel Macron praises India's digital public infrastructure as a global benchmark and hailed its pioneering role in combining technology with humanity at the ongoing AI Impact Summit in New Delhi. US military forces are prepared to launch strikes on Iran as early as this weekend, according to multiple reports, as President Trump weighs possible action amid stalled nuclear talks. Former South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol sentenced to life imprisonment after a court found him guilty of leading an insurrection through his brief 2024 martial law declaration. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates pulled out of his keynote address at India's AI Impact Summit just hours before it was due, as his foundation cited the need to keep focus on the event's priorities amid fresh Epstein scrutiny. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg has testified in a landmark US social media addiction trial, facing questions over whether Instagram was deliberately designed to be addictive and harmful to children. Bangladesh's new sports minister has signaled a quick reset in cricket ties with India following recent T20 World Cup tensions after holding talks with Indian diplomats to resolve disputes through friendly dialogue. And viewers, on to our top focus story for the day. UK police is searching two addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk following the arrest of former UK Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor on suspicion of misconduct in public office after investigations made by Thames Valley Police. Revelations from the Jeffrey Epstein files suggest Andrew may have sent potentially confidential documents to the convicted sex offender while serving as a UK trade envoy. Police have said investigation and searches at the addresses are ongoing as they review evidence. The case follows increasing scrutiny of Andrew's public and private dealings. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor became the first senior royal in modern history to be arrested. The arrest occurred on his 66th birthday and followed a police raid at his Wood Farm residence on the Sandringham estate in Norfolk, where plainclothes officers and unmarked vehicles were seen. Without confirming the identity of the man arrested, the police statement read, "A man in his 60s from Norfolk has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office." As per many international media reports, it is in fact former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor who remains in police custody in relation to the case and has strongly denied any wrongdoing. Assistant Chief Constable Oliver Wright said the investigation was opened after a thorough assessment, emphasizing the need to protect its integrity and objectivity. At the moment, the UK police have warned against publishing material that could lead to contempt of court and promised updates at the appropriate time. Keith Walsh, former British Minister, live from the newsroom, is with us. Thanks very much, Keith. It's a pleasure to have you here at NewsX. Big development coming in, a precedent really being set by the United Kingdom. First time that a monarch has been arrested, and that too in connection with the Epstein files. What's your first take?
I think firstly we have to understand that this is the start of the process. There is no question that this is a hugely important day, and this is a bombshell that has happened in terms of the news. No one would have expected that the brother of the king, the son of the late Queen, someone who is in line to the throne, would have been arrested by the police for any offence. This is a specific offence. It's a narrow offence which will require the police to investigate this very carefully. The point of arresting a suspect is you then have to be able to comment. They can comment on what's happened. They will of course be entitled to legal representation, and then the decision will be made by the Crown Prosecution Service, which is a completely separate body, which acts actually bizarrely in the name of the king. That's why it's called the Crown Prosecution Service, that will decide whether or not to actually prosecute. This is a very serious offence, and at the moment he's been arrested but not charged, as far as I understand.
Yeah.
So after the interview has happened, he will then be released on bail, because everyone will know where he is and everyone knows who he is. He's one of the most famous men in Britain, and people have known him from his birth, so they know who he is. So I would imagine there will be no difficulty in his legal representatives getting bail for him. What happens after that is something that we will have to see what the police say, but it's important not to comment during the middle of these investigations. But in terms of a news story, it is obviously absolutely massive.
It's also interesting how the police have not named him yet. have only said that a man in his 60s has been arrested. So clearly a lot has been done to protect the identity of the former prince. But let's also remind our viewers he has been stripped of his royal titles. How do you weigh this extraordinary treatment being meted out to him? Because let's be real, at this point in time, when he is arrested, he is not holding a royal title.
Well, that's what the police normally do. The police don't say X, Y, and Z have been arrested normally. That's exactly what they do. They say a person and they give an age. But obviously someone has leaked this information to the press, otherwise we wouldn't be talking about it. I don't think that there is another man in their mid-60s in Norfolk who they're talking about. I think this particular man. And I would have imagined that they would have done this very carefully. As you know, he's recently moved out of the Windsor Castle estate at very, very short notice. They would have almost certainly informed the king. I can't imagine them, this is me guessing, but I can't imagine them not to have told him. And I would imagine the Prime Minister would know, because after all, Andrew, whether he is Prince Andrew or Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, is still in line to the throne of England. Way down the list, of course, but he still potentially could become the King of England. So for all those reasons, I think they are just following their normal protocol. They never announce who a suspect is until after they've charged the suspect. If he is charged, of course, he will be named.
Right, Mr. Vaz, now the Epstein files itself, they've opened a Pandora's box. Do you think the details that could now emerge from the interview of Andrew by the police could reveal more details, particularly as far as his ties with Ghislaine Maxwell are concerned? Already there is public knowledge of the fact that they were college buddies, they knew each other from back in the day when they were studying together. What more do you think can really come out from this investigation of the former prince?
I like the way you use the phrase Pandora's box. This is not a box anymore. This is an ocean of files. Millions and millions of files cannot even begin to fit into a box of whatever size. It's huge, and there are still more. As we know, there are still millions of files that are being held by the Justice Department that have not been released. So goodness knows what else is going to be in those files when they are released. If the police take a statement from Andrew, they will not release that statement. The first time we will hear what he says is if it gets to court. There's no guarantee that it will. There is a due process of law here, which the police will follow very, very carefully. They will not cut corners, they will not do anything differently. This will all be done according to agreed steps, and we will not see those statements anyway until the trial, if there is going to be a trial. And we don't know until the police prepare a file, give it to the Crown Prosecution Service, and they decide they're going to prosecute. It's going to be at least, I think, a year before we know whether there's going to be a trial or not. This is my guess as a former lawyer of many, many years ago, so, you know, I'm not practicing on this, but there is a process that they will follow very carefully.
Right. Also, it's the first time that a former prince's residences are being searched now. What kind of precedence is this going to set? And what do we really know about, as of now, whether he's still in touch with his brother, the king, or do you think they've safely distanced themselves from the accused?
I don't know. They're siblings, and they, according to, you know, reports, we don't know for fact because they don't talk about this. They may be brothers, but they're not buddies. And of course, there was that standoff over whether or not Royal Lodge would be handed back to the Crown. So, as far as we've seen, and as far as we glean, when Prince Andrew wants to ring the king, he doesn't pick up the phone and ring him. He has to go to his private secretary, when he had one, who talks to the king's private secretary, who tells the king and all that kind of stuff. So we don't know. We're all speculating. We've no idea whether or not they've been in touch with each other. I would think that the most they can do, after all he is his brother, is to make sure he has proper legal representation. And I would imagine, and again this is only a guess, that he would have had his lawyers on hand when the arrest took place. I would imagine that's exactly what has happened.
But take us through, Keith, how did the police really get here to this stage also? Because right now, as you said, and we all know there has been no trial. What evidence has really promulgated the police to get to this stage where this man has been arrested?
Well, they will eventually make a statement, I'm sure, because they have to quell these guessing games that are going on, and you and I are both doing the same thing now, and this is happening in news studios all over the world, especially in the United Kingdom. I'm sure they're all asking the same questions. At some stage they're going to have to make a statement, but they're treating him like anyone else. They're not naming him, they're giving his age roundabout, and they are saying that what the likely offence is, which is misconduct in misconduct in public office. It's a very, very narrow offence. You've got to have willfully abused your position as a public official in order for these charges to be made and for them to stick. This is not about, oh, I had just a conversation, I didn't know what I was saying. It's got to be willful. There's been a new code of conduct, as I've said, on this. So the police will look at this very, very carefully indeed before they take anything else out from it. But there's no doubt this is a huge story which is going to capture the imagination of people of Britain and indeed all over the world.
All right, now as much as it is a disgrace for Andrew, his ex-wife and children would also probably be suffering from the embarrassment that he has brought to the royal family. What kind of protection will be accorded to them, if at all?
I've no idea. I think his wife is no longer a member of the royal family, therefore she's not going to get any protection as such, and his daughters are princesses because that's what they were born, princesses, but the king has decided to leave the titles with them. This is all to do with the archaic historical traditions of United Kingdom royalty, which goes back centuries. So I'm sure they will be notified in the proper way, and they will take whatever action they need to protect themselves. This is not a new story. This is an old story. It's been going on for years, but this is a new and shocking development. What's new about it is the new files that have been released and the new offence that is being talked about, not the old offence which the police would have combed over very carefully in the past.
Mr. Vance, there's also a question on the huge debt that Andrew has on himself as of now. How do you think that is going to be furnished?
I've no idea what his financial circumstances are. One can only guess. As a family, of course, as we know, because this is in the public, as a family, they are one of the richest families in the world. So I would imagine that he will be able to fund this, and I would imagine members of his family would help him, as anyone else would. They wouldn't not do it. You remember famously that when he needed to settle the case that was brought against him, the money was lent to him by his mum, who just happened to be the Queen of England. So it's happened before, and he will get that representation, I'm sure. Because as you say, it's also the reputation of the royal family. And in these circumstances, I would imagine that they will want to help him. But I don't know. Again, we're only speculating. He might have his own resources. He might have his own ability to pay, I have no idea, but I don't think he'll get legal aid because I think that he probably will not be in that category.
All right, Mr. Walls, thanks very much for speaking to us on this. And with that, viewers, we're now going to proceed to news from Russia. Russia has now agreed to establish an economic working group with the United States, according to Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. The move is seen as a step toward maintaining limited dialogue despite sharply strained relations between the two countries. Officials say the group will focus on economic issues of mutual interest, even as disagreements persist over security and geopolitical matters. Moscow stressed that the initiative does not signal a broader reset, but rather a pragmatic channel to manage select areas of engagement. Officials say the timing and agenda for the working group are yet to be finalized, with both sides emphasizing that any progress will depend on tangible outcomes and continued diplomatic contact. Joining me now for this discussion is Dr. Gilbert Doctorow. He's a Russian affairs expert. This is a welcome development. Would you say, Dr. Doctorow, that Russia and US are now going to establish an economic working group? What kind of challenges will probably come out of this arrangement?
I'd like to make it clear, from my perspective, this is just a public relations exercise. To talk about common economic interests where the United States continues to be applying draconian sanctions against Russia is an irrelevancy. To speak about the great projects for exploring mineral wealth in the Arctic, that is just a nice story for children. The reality is the United States and Russia are in a virtual state of war. And so all talk about economic cooperation is utter nonsense. If it serves the purposes more of Mr. Trump, just as he talked about the wonderful rare earths that he would get from Ukraine to pay the United States back for what he said was a $350 billion debt that they have to the United States. That was all just talking point. It was something to keep the journalists busy in the States, but it had no relevancy whatever to the real world. Something much more important, but your viewers should be aware about, is the release of a paper by Kaja Kallas, who is the European Union's senior diplomat and vice president of the European Commission, setting out the terms under which Europe would participate in peace negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, and insisting that without European participation, there can be no peace. Those terms are reparations from Russia, Russia withdraws, Russia has a small army. This shows that in the presence of configuration in Europe, Europe is only working against the peace. And the senior diplomat of the European Union has to be removed if there's any chance for peace to take place.
All right, thanks very much, Doctor, for your comments. You are requested to stay on as we proceed now. Viewers, Russia has accused Europe of deliberately making it harder to reach a peace agreement on Ukraine. Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Alexander Grushko has said that Europe's real policy appears aimed at prolonging the conflict. Grushko said Russian officials are closely monitoring European statements on negotiations. He added that the West wants the conflict to continue as long as possible. He stressed that if Europe continues this approach, it raises serious questions about the continent's role and contribution to any peace process. He warned that Europe's stance could obstruct efforts to reach a settlement, making talks more difficult. Request Doctor to join me back in the discussion here. Doctor, while Zelensky is accusing the United States of siding with Russia, Russia is accusing Europe of siding with Zelensky. Ultimately, there's a deadlock. There is no peace in sight. The war is now going to complete 4 years of Russia's full-scale invasion. People from Ukraine say the war in fact began in 2014. So many years, so many times that Donald Trump has gone on to claim that he's working to arrive at at ceasefire as soon as possible, at peace, but really no effort, no outcome is apparent.
Let me give your viewers an assurance. The end of the world is not nigh. The end of the war is nigh. And there is a power struggle going on in Kiev right now between Mr. Zelensky and people who view this differently. The president's head of his offices, that is Mr. Budanov, who formerly was the chief of the Ukrainian military intelligence, he is taking a stand against exactly what Zelensky is saying. He said we should give up the Donbass right now. And he's not alone in fighting for power against Mr. Zelensky today. Our Western newspapers speak about the former general Zaluzhny, who is now the Ukrainian ambassador, a man in exile, one can say, in the United Kingdom. He is also now actively contesting Mr. Zelensky's power. So there will be a resolution within Ukraine, and I don't think that Mr. Zelensky will last very long. So the problem is an artificial one. Nor will the Ukrainian forces against Russia in the Donbass last very long. Whether they voluntarily leave, as the Russians have requested and Mr. Budanov has accepted, or whether they will force their way to the Dnieper River with great destruction for the remaining Ukrainian forces, that is something that we can only guess at. But I can tell you right now that what Mr. Grushko said is perfectly accurate. And so that your audience understands who Grushko is, let me say, is more than just a deputy minister of foreign affairs. He was here for about 4 or 6 years in Brussels as the Russian ambassador to NATO. And I met him here. And I can tell you that he is a Western thinking man, a man who very much wants peace with Western Europe. And if he is saying what you have quoted, then it shows how desperate the EU is under the administration of Ursula von der Leyen and her deputy Kallas to destroy the peace efforts.
All right, thanks very much, Doctor, for joining us once again. And viewers, moving ahead now, French President Emmanuel Macron and Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva have met in New Delhi during the India AI Impact Summit, focusing on AI governance, technology and defense partnerships. Summit at the Bharat Mandapam is one of the largest AI gatherings in the global south, bringing together world leaders and tech innovators. Macron visited Mumbai before Delhi, engaging with students at AIMS and participating in high-level talks with Lula, while Lula arrived February 18 for a state visit focused on bilateral trade. The meeting highlights India's growing role as a technology hub, with France and Brazil seeking to strengthen partnerships in AI ethics and sustainability. On the sidelines, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman and Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei generated headlines by refusing to hold hands during the group photo, sparking social media buzz showcasing their AI rivalry. Moving ahead now, Germany has clarified it has no plans to purchase additional F-35 fighter jets, despite earlier reports suggesting otherwise. A government spokesperson confirmed on Thursday that there is currently no decision on ordering more aircraft. Sources had indicated that Berlin was in discussions that could lead to acquiring more than 35 additional jets built by U.S. contractor Lockheed Martin, but outcomes remain uncertain. Germany had previously ordered 35 jets in 2022 to modernize the Luftwaffe and uphold NATO nuclear sharing commitments. Deliveries of these aircraft are expected to begin later this year. And viewers, that's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values.
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Kriti Mehta. We turn our focus now to the Persian Gulf, where the drums of war are beating louder than they have in decades. As of this February, the standoff between Washington and Tehran has reached a perilous fever pitch. The US military is on high alert, a massive armada is positioned in the Arabian Sea, and President Donald Trump has given Iran a stark choice: strike a new deal or face the consequences. Tonight, we dissect the escalation, the reinstated maximum pressure campaign, and the critical question hanging over the region. If the US or Israel hits, how will Iran respond? In Tehran, the atmosphere is tense. Under the weight of crippling new sanctions and internal unrest, the Islamic Republic is fortifying its underground nuclear sites. Satellite imagery shows massive logistical operations at the Isfahan complex, rebuilding facilities damaged in the strikes of June 2025. While diplomats huddle in Geneva, the military reality on the ground tells a different story. So what is the current state of the play? As of February 19, the United States has deployed its largest naval and air force fleet to the Middle East since 2003. Central to the current pressure are the February 6 executive orders targeting Iran's shadow fleet, aimed at completely choking off Tehran's remaining oil revenue. Key measures include the naval buildup. The USS Gerald R. Ford and USS Abraham Lincoln are both in the region, supported by advanced F-35 and F-22 squadrons. Enrichment levels. Iran has pushed uranium enrichment to over 60%, a hair's breadth from weapons crate. Then there's the Geneva deadlock. Recent indirect talks in Geneva have stalled over Washington's demand for a total halt to ballistic missile production. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt recently stated that Iran would be very wise to make a deal with President Trump, who has not ruled out military intervention if enrichment continues. Let's listen in to the latest from Washington.
Be involved in those talks indirectly, and they'll be very important. We'll see what can happen.
It's been typically Iran's a very tough negotiator. They're good negotiators, or bad negotiators. I would say they're bad negotiators because we could have had a deal instead of sending the B-2s in to knock out their nuclear potential, and we had to send the B-2s. I hope they're going to be more reasonable. They want to make a deal.
Been told that a deal is next to impossible.
No, I think they want to make a deal. I don't think they want the consequences of not making a deal. They want to make a deal.
And it makes us ask the hard question. Why is the US pushing this hard now? And what does it expect Tehran to do in the face of a kinetic strike? The primary goal for Washington is to force Tehran into a comprehensive new treaty. They want total capitulation on nuclear enrichment and the dismantling of the axis of resistance. However, Iran's military doctrine is built on forward defense. They don't intend to fight the US on the shores of the Potomac. They intend to turn the entire Middle East into a battlefield. If Washington decides to pull the trigger on new strikes this weekend, Tehran's response is expected to be multi-layered. Here's how the Iranian military is likely to respond. So what does this escalation mean for global stability? For the US, it's a show of power designed to reassert dominance in the Middle East. But critics warn that such a pressure could backfire, pushing Tehran to fully weaponize its nuclear program as a final insurance policy for survival. A very important point that is generally missed during this geopolitical poker game is the global energy cost. Any kinetic response in the Persian Gulf doesn't just hit military targets, it hits every gas station from London to New Delhi. While Washington pushes for a deal, the world waits to see if diplomacy can find a vein of oxygen in a room filled with gasoline. The big question then, can maximum pressure drive real change, or does it only push the region toward a conflation that no one can truly control? Let's now welcome for this discussion Dan Perry, international affairs expert, joining us from Tel Aviv. Dan, thanks very much for joining us. It's good to have you on Deep Dive.
Thank you.
All right, let's start. With the US deploying its largest naval and air forces to the Middle East since 2023, how realistic is a direct military strike on Iran, and what short and long-term impacts could such an escalation really have on regional stability and civilian populations, especially in the light of the recent reports that are warning of a strike as soon as this weekend?
It's extremely plausible that we'll see a strike. Saber rattling sometimes is merely a threat, but it doesn't mean much if historically you don't every now and then actually draw your saber. The degree of determination and scale with which the Americans have built this armada over the past month and a half is extreme enough that I think they very well may be serious. Also, for Trump to pull back at this point without achieving anything would be very politically difficult, especially considering that in the broader scheme of things, he needs a foreign policy win. I don't tend to be very cynical about U.S. goals on the matter of Iran. You know, I sometimes do think the worst of this particular U.S. administration, but in the specific case of Iran, we have something close. Western consensus, not just Western, almost global consensus, with the possible exception of Russia, China, and maybe a few other rogue countries, that something is very deeply wrong with Iran, not just in how it behaves on the world stage, and in particular in the region, but also the degree of oppression of its own people by the Islamic Republic is approaching the point of unacceptable. There's always an open question about when the world can intervene in countries' internal affairs, and not every country maybe can be a democracy, but there's a point where you do, where the massacres and the oppression are too great, and it's very, very clear that the Islamic Republic right now is a criminal regime that is loathed by its own people. It's obvious, and so, you know, when news channels speak of Iran preparing this and Iran preparing that, I think that's rather inaccurate. It's the Islamic Republic regime that has hijacked Iran 47 years ago.
All right, sure.
Just doing these things, I
Dan,
wouldn't even say the
considering
Iranian army.
Iran's doctrine of forward defense, including the potential closure of the Strait of Hormuz and proxy attacks in the Red Sea, how might Tehran use asymmetric tactics to pressure the US, and what does this mean then for global shipping and energy security?
It could be very dire. If the regime feels that its existence is in danger and they really deploy all the levers at their disposal, then they are many, and it could mean a disruption of shipping of oil, in particular through the Straits of Hormuz from the Persian Gulf, and that affects oil exports not just from Iran itself to wherever they can sell at this point, mainly China, but Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, the UAE. Much of the world's oil flows through that waterway, and as we know, it could cause a spike in the price of oil. But beyond that, they could try cyber attacks. They could try to deploy what remains of their proxies around the region. The Houthis could start disrupting shipping through the Suez Canal once more. Hezbollah, what's left of it, could start firing rockets in every direction. You could start seeing terrorism around the world by Iran's various proxies. They could obviously fire missiles at all kinds of targets, and in particular, I would expect Iran to try to draw in Israel by targeting Tel Aviv in particular. And the Israelis, I think in this case, would be drawn in. And then you'd have an assault by the US and Israel on Iran. I don't know if they're really willing to take this gamble. It's a little bit difficult to predict the actions of religious fanatics and of theocracies in general. Who's to say? They may think this is very clever and very strong negotiation. They may want to go down with the ship. I think anyone who claims to know is basically a charlatan. But if they do all these things, if they really cause the level of disruption that you and I are talking about here today, then I suspect the assault on them will be very great indeed. What form that can take?
But Dan, does this US maximum pressure campaign really target Iran's oil revenues and nuclear enrichment? Could these sanctions and military threats compel Iran toward meaningful negotiations, or might they push Tehran to accelerate its uranium enrichment and the defense strategy?
I don't know if they're going to accelerate it. Remember that the claim on which they base what they believe is their moral high ground, if one can speak of such a thing with the Islamic Republic, is that they don't want a nuclear weapon and they don't intend to enrich beyond civilian levels, which certainly wasn't a past a lie. At this point, the U.S. is demanding they enrich nothing. And in fact, they do have the right under the NPT to enrich at civilian levels. My concern would not be that they push up enrichment. I think their nuclear program has been set back enough that is sort of a secondary issue. The question is whether they would be prepared to make the war so costly for the world that the world will more or less go away and suffice, perhaps, with a deal only on the nuclear issue. What Iran is really fighting for at this point is its right to have a significant ballistic missile program, and its right to continue arming, training, funding, and guiding proxy terrorist militias around the Middle East, which is a right that I don't think it actually has, but it's not willing to discuss ending that. And it appears like the U.S. has aligned itself with the Israeli position, which is also, I think, the unspoken position of much of the Arab world, that Iran has to stop it with the proxies. And it would be a serious come down. And I think for them to be compelled to actually agree to limit ballistic missile production and end the proxy army chaos project in the region, they need to feel their existence really, really is in danger. And for that to happen, it attaches to what the strategy of the Americans is going to be. Iran's big ace in this equation is that they know the Americans don't want to invade Iran, not only because the invasion of Iraq is not remembered with fondness, but because Iran is way bigger than Iraq, and Tehran is more difficult to access than Baghdad, and it's not an experience anyone wants to repeat at a far bigger scale. And so they figure that maybe they can absorb the bombardment. And then the question becomes, to what degree the Americans can rattle the regime merely through bombardment? And I have to suspect that what they have planned is more than just attacks from the air based on the armada that they've pulled together. I should think that the Americans are operating already on the ground in an effort to ensure that once the war escalates enough, there will be elements on the ground that would be prepared to challenge the control of the Islamic Republic. And
Dan, as far as
it's
the
men with
latest
guns.
round of talks is concerned, with these indirect talks in Geneva having stalled over the ballistic missile production, what diplomatic pathways remain to prevent open conflict, and how much leverage do Washington and Tehran realistically have to reach a sustainable nuclear agreement?
Well, the leverage Iran has is its threat to engulf the region in flames by drawing in Israel and by lobbing missiles and the rest of the levers we discussed, including the economic mayhem that they can spread. The U.S. pressure is that, in the end, the U.S. arsenal can bring down the regime. I mean, a bombing campaign sustained enough eventually will not be resistible. Are the Americans really prepared to have a war that long? Are they really prepared to cause the level of civilian casualties that type of bombardment is probably going to entail? These are open questions, and to an extent, we have here what the Americans call a game of chicken, where the question is who blinks first. It's a cliff's edge type of brinksmanship. It's extremely unpredictable. It's very dangerous. It could easily lead to unplanned, unintended consequences. The assumption that both sides are going to know when to blink, because in the end, neither wants a very long and very destructive war, may be false when you're dealing on the side of the Islamic Republic with what I believe to be essentially maniacs. And in the case of Trump, you're dealing with a highly unpredictable, volatile person who is of a caste that in modern history has never existed before in the White House. And there's a level at which if you make this politically untenable for him, I think there may be no limits to what he's prepared to do. So as we are agreeing, I think this is extremely dangerous. And one concern I have is that the Iranians simply don't understand that the level of damage they caused, internally, regionally, and globally, has reached the point where the world is serious, that something desperately needs to change. And as for the Americans, I don't know if Trump would suffice with a nuclear deal. Let's suppose the Iranians agree to stop enriching all uranium. Would that be enough? I doubt they would, but I think they would agree to promise to enrich only at 5% or so. Would that be enough? That is very similar to the Barack Obama era 2015 deal that Trump denigrated as insufficient, mocking the verification, claiming that since it was not open-ended and did not include the other aspects which we've discussed, it was a joke. Would he really agree just to that? Is he going to try to sell just that as an amazing deal that his predecessors could not conceivably have achieved, which is what he's wanting to say? It's not clear at all.
All right, Dan, we'll leave it at that for now. Thanks very much for joining us on Deep Dive at NewsX World.
Pleasure.
And viewers, that's a wrap on this edition of Deep Dive. Stay tuned to NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institution.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a check at the top headlines this hour. British police arrest former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Wednesday on suspicion of misconduct in public office linked to allegations over his past ties with Jeffrey Epstein. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi unveils India's Manav Vision, standing for moral, ethical and human-centric AI at the AI Impact Summit in New Delhi, promoting inclusive and global artificial intelligence. French President Emmanuel Macron praises India's digital public infrastructure as a global benchmark and hailed its pioneering role in combining technology with humanity at the ongoing AI Summit. US military forces are prepared to launch strikes on Iran as early as this weekend, according to multiple reports, as President Trump weighs possible action amid stalled nuclear talks. Former South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol sentenced to life imprisonment after a court found him guilty of leading an insurrection through his brief 2024 martial law declaration. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates pulls out of his keynote address at the India's AI Impact Summit just hours before it was due, as his foundation cited the need to keep focus on the event's priorities amid fresh Epstein scrutiny. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg has testified in a landmark US social media addiction trial, facing questions over whether Instagram was deliberately designed to be addictive and harmful to children. Bangladesh's new sports minister has signaled a quick reset in cricket ties with India following recent T20 World Cup tension after holding talks with Indian diplomats to resolve disputes through friendly dialogue. Alright, viewers, let's start now with the top news updates coming in with the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten Wednesday. Now, King Charles III has issued a statement following the arrest of his brother Andrew Mountbatten, saying he has learned of the situation with deepest concern. The King emphasized that the full and proper process will be carried out by the appropriate authorities and that they have his full support and cooperation. He stated clearly the law must take its course. Meanwhile, the King said it would not be right for him to comment further, and he and his family will continue in their duty and service to the public. And in fact, Thames Valley Police have confirmed that Andrew Mountbatten Wednesday, the brother of the King, has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. King Charles said he was deeply concerned and stressed that the law must take its course, confirming full support and cooperation with authorities. He said it would not be right to comment further as the process continues. Neither King Charles nor Buckingham Palace were informed in advance that Andrew Mountbatten Wednesday was to be arrested today. Officers are carrying out searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk, with photos showing vehicles believed to be police cars arriving at the Sardingham estate. The investigation follows a complaint regarding the alleged sharing of confidential material with the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Andrew, who turns 66 today, has denied any wrongdoing. Let's now in fact go across to Mark Sutherland, geopolitical commentator from London, joining me in this discussion. Mark, thanks very much. How do you react firstly to Andrew's arrest today on his birthday from Sandringham estate?
Pretty good to be with you. The key issue is this, for people that are following this story. For some, this has been a long time coming. We have to remember that £12 million was given to Virginia Guthrie a few years ago. The accusation is that that was financed by Prince Philip, the Queen, who are no longer with us, and by Charles. But the accusations have really accelerated because the concerns have been about, as a trade emissary envoy for the UK, the comments that have then been found within the Epstein files is, what was he doing in that particular position? Was he using that position to then benefit himself? These are the accusations. And also in regard to conduct, were the police officers that were guarding him around the world, were they put in awkward positions, turning a blind eye to his actions? These are all accusations that now, when 8 police cars turn up on the Sandringham estate with eight officers to then arrest him, those conversations will now then happen. That happening on his 66th birthday, we can draw a variety of different conclusions on that one. But there is a lot of questions, but the main thing has been, has he then abused his position? How long for? We can spend hours speculating. Now at last, some people want to drill down and find out the truth, Kriti. So we're just going to step back and wait and see how this will unfold. Thank you.
Mark, given the fact that Andrew is now devoid of any royal title, he has been stripped of his position, will he be tried like any other accused, or is this case going to be any different?
Well, as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly known as Prince, as you have just said, I don't know. I don't know how this is going to play out. But the key thing is, as his brother, who is the king of this country, has turned around and said that no one is above the law. That's a bit of a huge issue in this country in regard to a variety of other things. No one is above the law, but some people think that they are and have got away with things that they need to be held to account. I do not know. But on the other hand, this then starts to create a feeding frenzy, which says we want people to be held to account. Now, the big issue is this, is that speculation is one thing. Coming up with the evidence is the most important thing. And as the king in his statement is saying, we'll let the legal proceedings take their course. And that is then what is about to unfold, and that is what he is then pressing on in this regard. But as I say, the links are, the reason why this has really come about because of Peter Mandelson's, because of the accusations made to him as well. It's about what was Andrew doing as a trade envoy? Was he using that to benefit himself or the country or for UK PLC? Gritty.
All right, Mark, do continue to stay on with me. I'm also now joined in by Professor David K. Johnston, who is teaching at the Rochester Institute of Technology, and he joins us now from New York. Professor Johnston, thanks very much for joining me. It's a pleasure to have you. Now, could Andrew Mountbatten's arrest really open the floodgates into investigations on other high-profile contacts of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell?
Well, I think nobody in the world should be more worried about this arrest than Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Now, Mark just gave you, I think, a really good explication of the issues here and the uncertainties of the things we don't know about. And one of the things we don't know about that would be crucial is where the Crown prosecutors really want to go. One thing prosecutors always try to do is get a bigger fish. So is there any chance for Andrew to say, for Andrew to say to the Crown prosecutors, well, listen, wouldn't you rather have a case here, or even if it's not a prosecutable case in the United Kingdom, against Donald Trump? And Mark is quite right that the security people around the former prince, Andrew, they're going to be crucial witnesses, and they are obligated to testify honestly, in contrast to the US, where Donald Trump is running a criminal extortion racket. In fact, that's what the New York Daily News yesterday called the Trump administration, a criminal organization, something I've been saying all the way along. And you're now seeing that for the first time in a mainstream newspaper.
All right, let me go back to Mark once again. Mark, now a statement has come in from the king himself. He's saying he's deeply concerned and ready to fully cooperate. But how do you see this carefully worded statement that's coming out from the monarchy? What really is the strategy behind this statement from the king?
Well, the strategy is that he has no option. He has no option because of the comments that have been made, the concerns that have been made. And I'm focusing on Andrew's role as an emissary, as an envoy in regard to pushing UK trade around the world. I'm deliberately focusing on that because that means if you have been abusing that position in public office, then that then is a springboard to say we really now have to talk to him. You could argue, if you look at Andrew's life as a pinball machine, that the flippers have been flipping away all of these accusations for a long time. Now the ball has been missed, it's gone into the hole at the bottom of the machine. Now he has no option to face the music. But having had a long chat with a dear legal friend of mine in the US this morning, the key is this, is that the court of public opinion is one thing, and many of us have our opinion, but it's coming up with the evidence. And as I say, no one is above the law. The problem is when we start to feel that many people are above the law, or the fact that the court of public opinion is where we try everyone, then we don't have a legal process anymore. And David may be in a far more position from his experience to comment on that, whether he is guilty or not.
Yeah.
Whatever he has done, he is entitled then, if it goes to court, to a fair trial, no matter what the court of public opinion feels. And this is, I don't know if it's going to go that far. He may be in a room, he may be in negotiations, but the fact is we have a huge problem in the UK, and this goes into a load of other people. There are many other people that need to be investigated. Some people will say, well, this is convenient smoke and mirrors, and that involves in regard to other issues and various political actions that are unfolding in the UK as we speak.
All right, let's then take that to David himself, who's with us. David, Andrew has up until now been denying any role in the entire Epstein sex scandal. Do you think today's arrest, one on his 66th birthday, is going to now change his legal position, or can he still maintain this is a witch hunt against him?
Well, if he and his lawyers decide that's the best strategy, that's what they're going to pursue. The problem, as Mark pointed out, is he has security guards, security details, and they know things and they can talk. So he's got very tough choices to make. And we don't know exactly what the supervising Crown prosecutor has instructed to happen. But for sure, Andrew is going to try to minimize any risk to him, any prospect of serving time behind bars. We don't know what other United Kingdom citizens he may be able to offer up, which he certainly, that's how prosecutors work in cases like this. You get somebody, you know you have them, and then you leverage them to get other people. And look at the contrast between not just London, but the Danes and several other European governments opening investigations of high-level people because of names in the Epstein files. By the way, I'm in the Epstein files, perfectly happy to be there. It's about my journalism. Okay. But they are going after these folks. In the US, Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, is acting as if she's Donald Trump's defense lawyer, and she is snarling and nasty to members of Congress. That's not going to hold up if a lot of new stuff comes out in formal judicial proceedings in London.
All right. Well, thanks very much. Do continue to stay on with me, Professor Johnston. Let's once again go back to Mark on the national security angle. Mark, if it is proven that there was trade of secret sensitive information while he was in office, what does this really mean going ahead for the UK national security, and what consequences could it have years later?
Well, the consequences are, that's why Peter Mandelson, his house has been searched, and he will be talked to, because they're then concerned about him when he was a member of, when he was in the cabinet office. The accusation is he then passing financial information to Jeffrey Epstein? That is a conversation that's out there. That is then the comment. That is why he is then being talked to. The Andrew Lowney, who the royal historian, has then his book that is out, and it will be revised, and also in interviews has then raised the issue of young women, young ladies then being brought to, Buckingham Palace and elsewhere to Andrew. These are the other accusations that are then going on. That's why suddenly there is this push, and some may say feeding frenzy, to then address that. And as David quite rightly said, just because your name is in the Epstein files does not mean that you have done anything criminally.
Yes,
that is the important thing to say.
Yeah.
The whole thing, Kriti, just finally, there is a bigger thing that potentially is on trial here, and the trial is, how do you then get a fair trial within legal systems around the world? And that is what, having had that conversation with a dear friend of mine today, that is what is actually, at the end of the day, is going to be on trial. Whether we think these people are guilty or not, they have to be found guilty within the letter of the law. And just quickly, what people have had enough of within the UK, with various other things, including the other scandals of the Chagos Islands and all the rest, is that people are fed up with people benefiting in very high position and not being held accountable.
Yeah.
And this is the issue, and the key issue, I say it. No one is above the law.
Yeah, and that's exactly my next question is, and I take that to Professor Johnston. Professor Johnston, now, today's arrest, of course, quite dramatic, but do you think it's going to accelerate calls for further transparency in the UK monarchy?
Oh, absolutely.
Possibly even
the
reforms.
Public opinion here is going to influence what the politicians do. The criminal matter has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt or by confession. And typically, people confess to get a better deal. You know, you're looking at 20 years in prison. Oh, well, we'll give you 2 if you cooperate. We don't know exactly how this will play out, but because it's official misconduct that's being brought here as at least the initial issue, not child rape, that is going to influence the course of this. And it's part of the reason that Donald Trump should be very, very worried as he runs his cover-up operation. And by the way, I would not call this a sex scandal. Those involve adults. This is a scandal about trafficking children.
Right.
According to one of the members of Congress, it turns out that we thought 13 or 12 was the bottom. No, apparently there's a 9-year-old and a 10-year-old cited in the Epstein files that are being held back. That should really take people who think, well, they were teenage girls, into the realm of this is beyond the pale.
Absolutely. Shocking indeed, but thanks for sharing that with us and for joining us, Professor Johnston. It's good to have you and speak with you. Mark, I request you to stay on. Viewers, we now move ahead. Now, at least 34 people were killed when suspected Lakurawa Islamist militants launched coordinated attacks on rural villages in northwestern Nigeria's Kebbi state, according to a security report seen by Reuters. The Lakurawa group, a new insurgent faction active in Kebbi and Sokoto state, carried out simultaneous raids on multiple villages, overwhelming local defenses and forcing residents to flee. Survivors described the attacks as highly organized and indiscriminate, with gunmen storming homes and opening fire. Security forces have deployed to the area to protect communities, assist survivors, and track the militants as operations continue to prevent further violence. Mark is there with us in this discussion. Mark, what's your first response? Another about 34 people killed in this latest insurgent attack.
It's horrendous. What else can we say except that? I mean, we had the American bombing of various others of ideologically like-minded last December, and then now we have more attacks from a new group, but with the same ideology. This is an outrage. All right, thank God that security services have gone in to then protect the villagers, but more has to be done to address this. And I will say this, is that in regard to Christian persecution around the world and the amount of killing around the world per day is huge and is beyond many of our imagination. But this is taking place, and it is unacceptable, and cannot even imagine those kind of the circumstances of what these poor people have just been through. But it's what are Nigeria going to do to then address this, but also, Kriti, to look at the forces of follow the money who are then pushing this, who are then helping to finance these groups. That's the other thing that we need to look at. and Boko Haram and all the rest. This takes us down a very, very interesting motorway that we must all explore. Kriti.
Mark, thanks for your assessment of the situation and for joining us. And moving ahead now on to some tech news. Now viewers, global tech leaders and CEOs gathered in the national capital of India for the AI Impact Summit, and the deals are massive. Reliance Industries and its telecom arm Jio say they will invest nearly $110 billion over 7 years to build AI and data infrastructure. Chairman Mukesh Ambani called it a long-term bet on India's digital future. Adani Group has pledged $100 billion by 2035 for renewable-powered AI data centers, a move it says could unlock a $250 billion AI ecosystem. Microsoft says it is on track to invest $50 billion across the global south by 2030 after committing $17.5 billion to India last year. Yotta Data Services will spend over $2 billion to build one of Asia's largest AI computing hubs using NVIDIA's latest chips. TCS has signed OpenAI as the first customer for its new data center unit under the Stargate initiative. And Larsen & Toubro has partnered with NVIDIA to build what it calls India's largest AI factory. India is clearly positioning itself as a global AI powerhouse. Viewers, that's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for news and updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi.
Former South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol sentenced to life. His martial law attempt shook democracy deeply in 2024. Court cited insurrection and historic precedent. Public reaction still sharply divided across streets. Let's understand how this unfolded legally. Hello, I'm Kriti Mehta. You're watching another episode of Explained with me. South Korea has delivered a historic verdict against its former president. Yoon Suk-yeol has been sentenced to life imprisonment, including compulsory prison work over his failed martial law declaration. The Seoul Central District Court has found him guilty of leading an insurrection. The charge stems from his failed attempt to declare martial law in December 2024. This makes Yoon the first elected head of state in South Korea's democratic era to receive the maximum custodial sentence. The court ruled that Yoon's declaration on December 3, 2024 was designed to disrupt the constitutional order. It was intended to send troops to the National Assembly, block the Assembly Hall, and arrest key political figures, including the Speaker and party leaders. Lawmakers would have also been prevented from gathering to deliberate or vote. In handing down the sentence, the court has highlighted Yoon's refusal to apologize and also his repeated absence from hearings. The court has also cited the enormous social cost of his actions. The martial law declaration, the court said, undermined the political neutrality of the military and police. Moreover, South Korea's credibility internationally took a hit, and domestically, society became sharply divided. The court opted for life imprisonment over the death penalty. While the crime was grave, judges noted that Yoon's plan was not fully executed. He tried to limit the use of force, and most of his actions ultimately failed. In a striking historical reference, the judge compared the case to England in 1649 when King Charles I led troops into Parliament. The point was clear. Even heads of state can commit insurrection if they attack the legislature. Reports say that prosecutors had pushed for the death penalty, arguing Yoon's actions gravely destroyed the constitutional order. They said his martial law disrupted the National Assembly and the Election Commission, threatening South Korea's liberal democratic system. The verdict on Yoon Suk-yeol was broadcast live. Under South Korean law, leading an insurrection can carry 3 penalties: death, life sentence with labor, or life without labor. The country last imposed a death sentence in 2016 but has not executed anyone since 1997. The latest ruling comes 14 months after what prosecutors described as the gravest threat to South Korea's democracy in decades. A few hours after the night of December 3 in 2024, 190 lawmakers reportedly defied military and police cordons to pass an emergency resolution, causing the lifting of martial law. The South Korean parliament impeached Yoon within 11 days, and the Constitutional Court formally removed him from office 4 months later. Coming to the present, outside the courthouse, reactions were sharply divided after the judgment was passed. Hundreds of Yoon supporters initially cheered when some prosecution evidence was dismissed, waving South Korean and US flags. As the ruling progressed, some turned hostile, shouting at journalists and demanding the judge to step down. When the sentence was announced, some supporters collapsed in tears, fearing for the country. But just about 500 meters away, progressive groups celebrated, though some expressed disappointment that the death penalty was not imposed. Let's in fact listen into some of the reactions that came in.
선거의 결과는 현재 대한민국의 법치가 많이 무너져 있는 상황이기 때문에 무죄 선고를 기대하고 있었지만 앞으로 이제 대한민국이 오늘에 있는 결과는 헤쳐나가야 될 숙제라고 생각하고 있습니다.
마음으로는 무죄가 나오거나 아니면은 다른 결정이 나오길 바랬지만 어느 정도 예상했습니다. 그래서 크게 마음에 동요는 없고 이제 시작이라고 생각을 하고, 그리고 또 많은 시민단체들 그리고 우리 자유혁신 당원들이 오늘 집회에 많이 나온 만큼 함께 그 역사적인 순간을 목격하고 또 기억하고 또 앞으로의 활동에 기폭제로 삼기 위해서 나왔습니다.
이번에 우리 국민들이 너무 양분화가 심했잖아요. 갈라치기. 이런 본보기가 되지 않기 위해서 정말 저는 사형이 돼야 되지 않겠나 싶어요. 절대 계엄은 절대적으로 있어서는 안 되고.
책에서만 보던 계엄을 그때 실시간으로 보고 있었거든요. 그래서 그런 역사가 다시는 반복되지 않도록 좀 더 강한 형벌이 나왔으면 하는 바람이 있었는데, 아무래도 2심과 대법원 재판까지 남았기 때문에 감형될까 조금 우려되는 부분도 있고.
오늘 이 선고는 아주 그야말로 역사적으로 좋은 선고라고 봅니다. 적당한 성우라고 봅니다. 왜냐하면은 우선에 계엄을 동원했지만은 우리 국민들이 잘 슬기롭게 대처해가지고 우선 쉽게 말드리면은 피를 흘리지 않았다 하는 점에서 아주 좋은 그러한 결과라고 봅니다.
Notably, Yoon faces 6 additional criminal trials. 2 relate directly to the martial law crisis, including a treason charge, which alleges that the ordered drone incursions into North Korean airspace to provoke confrontation and justify military rule. Yoon has earlier already been sentenced to 5 years for obstructing his own arrest. Now, Thursday's verdict follows previous related rulings that formally established the events of December 3 in 2024 as an insurrection. In January this year, former Prime Minister Han Duck-soo was sentenced to 23 years for his role in the self-coup attempt. On February 12, former Interior Minister Lee Sang-min received 7 years for relaying Yoon's orders to cut power and water to media outlets. 7 co-defendants were also sentenced, that include the former Defense Minister to 30 years, a former intelligence commander to 18 years, the former police chief to 12 years, and the former Seoul police chief to 10 years. Additionally, a police commander was jailed for 3 years, while 2 others were acquitted. Legal experts say these rulings created an environment that made a severe sentence for Yoon more likely. Meanwhile, Yoon Suk-yeol's legal team has immediately called the verdict a predetermined conclusion and a show trial. They have accused the judiciary of bowing to public pressure and political influence, pointing out to cases where opposition politicians were acquitted or where current President Lee Jae-myung faced a suspended trial. Yoon's legal team has vowed to fight to the end, insisting that the truth will be revealed in the court of history. Yoon is reportedly expected to appeal the ruling. Let's listen in to a few statements made by Yoon's lawyer.
명백히 드러난 진실과 우리 헌법과 형사소송에서 정한 법리와 증거 법칙이 무시되는 이런 판결이라면 특검에서 정한 결론대로 내리는 판결이라면 지난 1년간 수십 회에 걸친 공판은 요식행위였습니까? 오늘 법치가 붕괴되는 현실을 보면서 향후 항소를 해야 할지 이런 형사소송 절차를 계속 참여를 해야 될지 회의가 듭니다. 이 부분은 대통령과도 상의를 드리고 변호인들끼리도 논의를 해봐야 될 것 같습니다.
Now, under South Korean law, life imprisonment carries no fixed release date. Parole is theoretically possible after 20 years, but only if the convict demonstrates good conduct and genuine remorse. Historically, every South Korean president who has served a prison sentence has eventually been pardoned. Former President Park Geun-hye was sentenced to 32 years in 2018 for corruption and related offences, but her term was reduced on appeal and she was ultimately pardoned in 2021. Earlier in 1996, military rulers Chun Doo-hwan and Roh Tae-woo received death and 22.5-year sentences for their roles in the 1979 coup and the Gwangju massacre. Both sentences were later reduced on appeal and the men were eventually pardoned. Understanding this context is important as it informs us about the unusual severity of Yoon's sentence, but also raises questions about whether he too could eventually receive a pardon. Let's now turn to Yoon Suk-yeol's political career. Before his presidency, Yoon Suk-yeol built his reputation as a high-profile prosecutor, taking on corruption cases that put him in the national spotlight. He entered politics later, winning the 2022 presidential election on promises of strong governance, law and order, and a firm hand in national affairs. During his term, tension between Yoon and the legislature escalated rapidly. His administration frequently accused lawmakers of obstruction, while Parliament criticized him for overreach and unilateral decision-making. Budget disputes, policy clashes, and controversial appointments further strained relations. These conflicts intensified political polarization, leading to mass protests and public debates across South Korea. Yoon's relationship with key parties grew increasingly hostile, and his approach to governance was seen as confrontational by many political observers. The crisis culminated in December 2024 when Yoon attempted to declare martial law. This attempt shocked the nation and sparked the chain of events that ultimately led to his impeachment and the historic court verdict. Beyond the martial law crisis, corruption has been a central issue in South Korean politics for decades. During his own presidency, Yoon's administration made a controversial decision to pardon Samsung Electronics chairman Lee Jae-yong, who had served prison time for bribery and was released and pardoned in 2022 to boost the economy. Critics said that the Samsung pardon and other decisions stoked public fears of elite influence over justice, further blurring lines between government and big business. The setting of corruption allegations and powerful corporate links added fuel to political friction, making the martial law attempt not just a legal crisis but part of a larger national debate on accountability and governance. Viewers, for now, that's all for this episode of Explained. Stay tuned as we bring you more in-depth insights and stories that matter.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent.
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Kriti Mehta. We turn our focus now to the Caribbean, where life in Cuba is grinding to a halt under the weight of escalating US pressure. Fuel shortages, empty shelves, and limited medical supplies are now part of daily life. We dig into the history of the US embargo, the repeated interventions, and the humanitarian floodlight being shed on the island. From political pressure to economic blockades, we examine what Washington wants in return and who pays the price. Under intensified economic sanctions, Cubans are facing acute shortages, from fuel and medicines to food and basic supplies. Long queues for gas and limited public transport have become part of daily life. Hospitals struggle to operate as critical medical supplies dwindle, and tourism, a lifeline for the Cuban economy, has slowed dramatically. So what are the current embargoes and restrictions? As of February this year, the United States enforced an economic comprehensive embargo on Cuba, significantly strengthened under the Trump administration. Central to these measures is a fuel blockade that restricts oil supplies alongside strict controls on banking, trade and travel, with Cuba remaining designated as a state sponsor of terrorism. The January 2026 executive order also targets third country oil suppliers, including Mexico, contributing to widespread fuel shortages and power outages across the island. Other key components include restrictions on financial transactions and remittances to military-linked entities, continued enforcement of the embargo in place since 1962, with only licensed trade permitted, and targeted penalties such as visa bans on officials involved in repression and sanctions on listed Cuban entities. And in a new turn in this crisis, President Donald Trump has called Cuba a failed nation and urged the island's leaders to strike a deal with the United States despite refusing to rule out future actions. Listen in.
Cuba is right now a failed nation. They don't even have jet fuel to get for airplanes to take off. They're clogging up their runway. We're talking to Cuba right now. They have Marco Rubio talking to Cuba right now. And they should absolutely make a deal because it's truly a humanitarian threat. We'll see how it all turns out, but Cuba and us, we are talking. In the meantime, there's an embargo. There's no oil, there's no money, there's no anything.
If a deal is made, would you consider an operation like the one in Venezuela?
I don't want to answer that. Why would I answer that? If I was, it wouldn't be a very tough operation, as you could figure. But I don't think that'll be necessary.
But this is not new. The US embargo against Cuba dates back to 1960, shortly after Fidel Castro's revolution. The initial embargo was imposed in 1960 when the US restricted exports to Cuba following nationalization of American-owned properties under Fidel Castro. This marked the beginning of 6 decades of sanctions. In 1961, the Bay of Pigs invasion happened, where US-backed Cuban exiles trained by the CIA attempted to overthrow Castro. Then in 1962, the Cuban Missile Crisis took place. The US discovered Soviet nuclear missiles in Cuba. A naval blockade ensued, bringing the world to the brink of nuclear war. Between the 1970s and 1980s, sanctions were tightened. US extended restrictions on trade, financial transactions, and shipping. Multiple attempts were made to undermine the Cuban economy. In 1992, the US passed the Torricelli Act, prohibiting foreign subsidiaries of American companies from doing business with Cuba, deepening isolation. And then in 1996, the Helms-Burton Act was passed. Under the Act, sanctions hardened further, penalizing foreign companies investing in Cuba. As we entered the new century, we saw fluctuating engagement with the United States. While some administrations eased travel and remittance restrictions, the core embargo remained. US interventions continued indirectly through political and economic pressure. And now, within the last 5 years, recent US administrations have started targeting fuel imports, remittances, and tourism. And it makes us ask the hard question: why is the US doing this, and what does it expect in return? The primary goal is to force Havana to make political concessions, particularly in the areas of democracy, human rights, and economic liberalization. Washington hopes that economic pressure will limit the Cuban government's influence in Latin America, reduce support for regimes it considers hostile, and open up new markets for American interests once Cuba implements reforms. Latin American countries have also reacted to the crisis. Nations like Mexico, Venezuela, and Nicaragua have called for an end to US sanctions, warning that the pressure only deepens Cuban suffering and hurts regional stability. At the same time, Cuba remains dependent on foreign support for fuel and food imports, making the humanitarian flows critical. So what does this escalation mean for US-Cuba relations? The blockade has lasted 6 decades, and despite periodic diplomatic engagement, the fundamental issues persist. The current sanctions are the strictest yet, raising the question, will this force political change or simply worsen the Cuban people's suffering? For the United States, it's also a signal to Latin America, a show of power designed to limit Cuba's regional influence. Critics warn such pressure could isolate Washington diplomatically and fuel anti-US sentiment. A very important point that is generally missed out during such a diplomacy is the human cost, which is being felt now more than ever. Shortages have spurred civil society and international organizations to step in. An international humanitarian flotilla is heading to Cuba to deliver food, medicines, and essential supplies. Organizers say the mission, called the Nuestra America Flotilla, seeks to break the economic siege and support Cuban communities hit by sanctions. Over 800 tons of aid, including rice, milk, and sanitary supplies, are expected to arrive in Havana harbor. All eyes will be on humanitarian flows, Latin American responses, and whether Washington will push hard or offer flexibility. The Cuban crisis is showing that economic pressure is a double-edged sword. It may serve strategic goals, but also tests diplomacy and deepens humanitarian suffering. The big question, can sanctions drive real change, or do they only make life harder for ordinary Cubans while pushing the limits of international law? We are now joined by a guest from the Nuestra America Flotilla to discuss the crisis, the humanitarian response, and the future of US-Cuba relations. Joining me is James Schneider, Communications Director at the Progressive International, member of Nuestra America Flotilla. He joins us from London. Thanks very much, Mr. Schneider, for joining me in this discussion.
Thank you for having me.
Let's start with the discussion. Now, President Trump has characterized Cuba as a failed nation, an assessment that's often used to suggest that the country's current instability is a result of internal mismanagement. From your standpoint, how can we objectively differentiate between a state that has failed through internal collapse and one where essential systems such as the power grid and medical infrastructure are being systematically restricted by external economic measures?
Well, in this case, it's very easy to make the assessment, and the assessment is that it's the United States' total blockade. You can just listen to the words of Donald Trump, who no longer tries to hide the assault on the Cuban people. He says that what we're seeing is a humanitarian crisis driven by them, driven by the blockade, where there is no fuel, and in his words, no anything. This is clearly creating a huge crisis on the island, which means, and this crisis is measured in there not being enough electricity in hospitals, people going without light, the rubbish unable to be collected, creating big health problems, medicines unable to be imported. This is an effort to entirely strangle Cuba, which is an island only 90 miles away from the shores of the US.
Right, Mr. Schneider, we're also seeing a maximum pressure campaign that exceeds even the 1960s embargo, specifically targeting the power grid to induce a total blackout. Now, if this strategy succeeds in bringing the island to a standstill, as diplomats in Havana are fearing, what is the plan for the morning after? Is there any evidence that these sanctions lead to the democracy that Washington claims to want, or do they simply create a permanent humanitarian vacuum in the Caribbean?
Sanctions lead to death and destruction. You can see the evidence from a paper from last year from the well-regarded Lancet Medical Journal, which found over 30 million excess deaths caused by US and European unilateral sanctions against countries of the global south since 1970, around 500,000 a year in recent times. this is, you cannot squeeze a country without having terrible humanitarian effects. And there is no legitimate reason whatsoever for the US to be carrying out these illegal, unilateral, coercive measures. The reason why they have had sanctions, increasing sanctions and aggression against Cuba for more than 60 years is because, first of all, the Cuban people had a revolution which overthrew a US-backed dictator and kicked out a load of gangsters and nationalized for the Cuban people its own resources, and then pursued an entirely different approach, one that emphasized social advance, health, and education. Cuba has a life expectancy, despite being a relatively poor country under siege, comparable with the United States, because it has prioritized the health and well-being of its citizens. And it is that example